Guys, I thought I'd swing in. Uh, I know I finally got a little rest last night. I definitely woke up well before daylight. Strangely enough, phone in the hand. Um, sure, some other things that I was receiving messages. Look, I'm just not responding now. Oh yeah, so no, finally got some rest. Anyway, still woke up feeling like I was dying. I was pretty certain an ambulance was in my future this morning, but I got over it. I woke that shit off. Um, Coffee, miracle worker. Anyway, so last night, I think even before I come on there with the chip PSA, um, I had skipped about on the first, like, I don't know, 20 minutes of the 7-Eleven Beavis and Butthead run, right? And I was like, the fuck? Damn, it's getting dirty. Jason's done putting out whole ass videos threatening this like shit. There's a part of that crew that had Rico messages up on screen threatening Zig. You got another fucking long term, and I can't disagree with this stalker obsessed freakazoid. It's no different than Zig. Hammering at her like usual, but with the whole hive in tow, and all of them putting out hotline numbers and targeting Zig's kids. With that fucking crew, they do love tormenting the fuck out of children. Ah, ladies, I tell you what, they don't ever change. Anyway, so I'm like, there's just too much fuck shit going on with this. Now, I find most of what's occurring pretty fucking hilarious, in a tragic way. I find a lot of it fucking absurd. They're definitely doing dirt out in the open under other facades in front of you all, like usual. Yeah. Whole bunch of ass cleansers, mop uppers, hushers, that type of shit in play too, for sure. Anyway, I just, whatever. But anyway, so Beavis and Butthead, right? Catch a bit. Like, damn, shit's got real if chasing hairlines, putting out threat beds. So, I had to go listen to the fucking slithering, tongue faced, fucking foul ass bitch. I just had to. It's a rare day that I fucking do. Rare fucking day. Um, cause I had that one pegged for a long time. Ain't no need to listen to the fucking ass. And I get enough word off the ground around here to know what the fuck she's up to. So I stay up with her real shenanigans as opposed to her bullshit online ones anyway. So anyway. So I don't know what the fuck she's doing threatening anybody, quite frankly. Now I'm not here in defense of Ziggy, because fuck that bitch entirely and fuck Fred. Um, Fuck them all, as far as I'm concerned. Um, just how it is. But anyway, so Beavis and Butthead, the threat bit, I was like, well, I'll get to that. I wasn't touching buttons last night, y'all. I did hear there was some bullshit. Even my teen was going on with this Mike Tyson. Uh, was it Jake Paul or the other fucking douchebag Paul? I don't know. The two other social media douchebags that don't need to be famous. Um, Either way, I don't know how it ended, nor do I care. I hope Mike Tyson ate his face off. I doubt it though. Um, Maybe that guy actually learned his lesson. But either way, one can only hope. Alright, so, either way, yeah, so I had to, distract from, like, feeling like death this morning. And so listen to this bitch. It's so strange. Anyway, I'll play it.
I never had the chance to directly ask this, but can Fred address the rumor?
Now, this is Trevor asking, I guess, Zag Hag and her live stream about sense. Right.
Of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit. Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
What? They was
That hit. What can you explain that prop the hit?
Trevor, acquisition experts of 4 cases across Tennessee. Trevor. All right. Also, Trevor of several things. Also, Trevor who had the sudden turnaround, much like Monster and Hunter and everyone else around the time between, Allie's passing and, the hospital toaster Nana bullshit and, the repeated June, summer's day event of the chasing Adrian, Nana, Jenny, blah 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 bullshit variety, right? All of these sudden changes of heart. It was real weird for me, and it still reeks to high heaven. Anyway, so yeah, that Trevor. He wants to know the things. Carry on.
that was not the. I think it was 16th when the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and I never had the chance to directly ask this.
And I don't know why it's having such a hard time going back to that first second when she says Trevor, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I'll play it.
But can Fred address the rumor of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit? Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
What? They was
That hit. What can you explain that prop the hit?
that was not the. I think it was 16th when the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and
But what their theory?
Do you hear that tone Fred makes when he says it right there? It matches with certain other times. It's a Fred tone. It means it's the same tone he uses when he talks about being questioned over the marathon when he's on the jail video call. And a few other things throughout the years, but one I know in person. We'll just listen again.
I never had the chance to directly ask this, but can Fred address the rumor of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit? Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
What they was
That hit. What can you explain that the hit?
that was not the. I think it was 16th when the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and
But what their theory was, the law enforcement, they figured it was scent that where Don had been there, come off where they had come up a holler, because he had sent all the way up a holler and stuff, but it got stronger about the time the road got rougher, and they figured it was where the vibration off the vehicle was causing the scent to get more, where the road got rougher.
so where was it though where was the scent? Like, where was it they were hitting? It was like, what was it, at the bottom of the driveway?
No, it come,
To directly ask this, but
I'm just gonna replay because I can. You sure about all them dates? Fred? Anyway. But also, I asked that for reasons. Anyway. Yeah. There are a couple of dates surrounding it. But anyway, carrying on. I'm gonna replay.
but can Fred address the rumor
Listen.
of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit? Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
what they was
That hit. What can you explain the hit?
that was not the. I think it was 16th when the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and
But what their theory was, the law enforcement, they figured it was scent that where Don had been there, come off where they had come up a holler, because he had
Where Dawn had been there, where they'd come up the holler. Who the fuck is they, Fred? Ask again. Which states? And they, right? They. Which time, which they? Fuck, Fred. Anyway, the tone you're looking for is that one, and the breathiness with the yes. So anyway.
never had the chance to directly ask this, but can Fred address the rumor of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit? Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
what they was
That hit. What can you explain the hit?
that was not the. I think it was 16th when the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and
But what their theory was, the law enforcement, they figured it was scent that where Don had been there, come off where they had come up a holler, because he had sent all the way up a holler and stuff, but he got
I'm sure to say where they come off. Interesting.
stronger about the time the road got rougher, and they figured it was where the vibration off the vehicle was causing the scent to get more, where the road got rougher.
So where was it though where was the scent? Like where was it they were hitting? It was like, what was it at the bottom of the driveway?
No, it come all the way up my driveway and it didn't go toward the camper. It went on up, there's a little flat like on past the camper.
Oh, so it went in the wood, kind of off and to the right in the woods.
Yeah, he just went straight up there to that little flat.
Huh.
And see, I had a 2006 Explorer sitting up there and they just stopped it. That's what people said that, oh, the dog shit on that vehicle and stuff. No, I said it stopped at that vehicle. That's where they stopped because that's where I had a vehicle parked at. And it was this little flat. And they assumed that maybe somebody had walked up us.
But what about the scent at the bottom of is that what people are saying about the scent at the bottom of the truck or whatever? Is that what they mean?
Yeah. That's what they was getting at. When I said it went up to a vehicle that was parked at the top, I never said whether a truck or a car or what.
Now, Chasing has to put up her AI overview about scent. You know, she's a scent expert and a scream expert. Anyway. Good Lord, how long does she leave that shit to fuck up?
And that was the 16th?
Yeah, the evening of the 16th, hour before dark.
That's weird because Don was there, had been there
He'd been there numerous times, from the 15th to the end.
Really?
Numerous times between the 15th and the evening of the 16th. But wait, also hadn't you been back for the long you were sent up to the hill the night of and all? Bro, you going to make up your mind. Pick a lane. Anyway, which date again, Fred? At which dates? Had you been there numerous times in between? And which time and which thing? You know.
He was like,
inside within, before dark on the damn 15th in October.
yeah, I know, that's weird.
He was not there before dark on the 15th, jackass. I have videographic proof of that, you motherfucking liar. Here's why. Because the road wasn't broke up on the video that eventually became public of the helicopter going up. You hadn't come through and broke up the road yet. Right? And all that shit. I was standing there and I talked to Don on his way to your fucking place that night. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Mm-mm. No. No, sir. No, sir. Try again.
Yeah, so yeah, Fred's never denied that happening, or that the dog scent, or her scent, it traveled.
By the way, the dogs are already doing all the doggy things well before dark, though. You see? And before you even come in and broke up the traffic on the road that's clearly evident in the fucking video of the helicopter going up that you hadn't broken up yet. Dogs were in there already scenting all the things before you were. He does something. Carrying on.
Down the whole road, or I don't know. I do
But
know.
see, they got sent that went on to Goldie's property too, driveway, but he just went so far up his driveway and then back, you know. He just hit so far up his driveway, but not as far as where his cameras was.
So,
Oh, scent that went up another driveway but turned around but didn't quite make it to his cameras. Wouldn't that be odd?
uh,
And they hit even other places in the holler, but that could have been where certain ones had been around, you know, looking for some or something go around or something.
so Don B says about dog.
Okay, somebody needs to fess up immediately. Who hyped her up? Who fed her this? We know how she loves to run with things, but this time she says she has backup. NDAs, shopping around to Netflix, Andy being the kind, wonderful neighbor and a star of a documentary. Meanwhile, the tracking dogs tracked up your husband's hill. I don't know. So receipts or it didn't happen. Okay? Or maybe you just needed more content. I don't know. But either way, we can clip and play you and prove that you've done so much damage overall in this case compared to anybody else, you won't like the outcome. So shut up.
No, that's where I was like, is this bitch serious? Oh, bitch, I know you ain't serious. Fuck you mean receipts or it didn't happen? I got some receipts for you fucking ass. But fuck all y'all. I don't give a shit. Like I said the other night. I feel like my reaction to anything actually being confirmed publicly in the media, that one's been sold off in any way by you fucking tragedy pimps who have hunted, acquired, destroyed an entire community, blah blah blah, inserted in around la 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 la, everything from the beginning forward. And bro, that'll be the day I do come on here, and I just my reaction, I can't judge it, but I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be very emotionally uh, touched by that type of thing. And I can't guarantee it won't come on here and just be bleh, swear. I don't. Makes everything sort of impossible and untouchable and unairable. And makes all of y'all finally and firmly look like the fucking joke show. I feels, man. You know how emotional I get. Histrionic. Easily manipulated and all. You know how I am, man. Right? Anyway. I just it's that though, like that last threat. The fuck business you think you got threatening fucking Z. Now, you go right ahead. You have the tragedy of Wars. You'll, I don't know, do another 10 case setup around here, or shut her up somehow, or threaten her kid, you know, or you and the crew like the other night and Six Up will be dropping that hotline and going after little Ziggy. I mean, Six Up does love that anyway. But y'all be right behind it, like y'all with other people throughout this.
Shopping around to Netflix, Andy being the kind, wonderful neighbor in a
Nah, I don't think that's gonna happen. But access to property definitely needed for whatever the fuck y'all doing.
star of a documentary. Meanwhile, uh, the tracking dogs tracked up your husband's hill. I don't know. So receipts or it didn't happen. Okay? Or maybe you just needed more content. I don't know. But either way, we can clip and play you and prove that you've done so much damage overall in this case compared to anybody else, you won't like the outcome.
Not how you don't say that, Chasing. After you and the rest and all your little connections from the beginning actually had Ziggy up to half this shit. And doing the real dirty dirt, and whatnot. And you sat with Cher on the first shit and pumped out that fucking bullshit intentionally about the red truck, the center hung and all that shit, and made the public believe it was taken and all the other things you've done. And how you are, while you sit back and always play oblivious, but then you know all the things, right? And you put the stamp on and the fake death shit for everything and all the cleansing you do and how your central rolls and all the bullshit, billboard shit, slay shit, this shit, that shit. Weirdly enough, Cam shit right before they go over the bridge and do that. I just, there's too much shit. Let's not forget your weird ass fucking interviews and fuckery with what was it? Rose oh oh dear. You know, the friend of Candace Senior, Rosemary, right? Let's not forget your fuckery about that. Hiding the one that had the audio the next day come on with only written ones where the fucking person is really saying shit like boots on the ground and team with Ava and Scott. And the dates don't line up with certain GoFundMe shit. Let's not forget that. Okay, girl. And then, let's not forget how you sat on panel and you twisted the shit about Monster himself before you acted like his main ass licker with the Wash Your Balls crew of Jenny and Adrian and all them and all the fuck shit y'all gotten up to this whole time. Let's not forget about that. How you twisted the fuck out of it and it still lives on to mostly eat me. Why you've always been part of the ass cleanser of all Washington. And in the background, pretending you ain't. Alright, since like 4 seconds in, after Summer vanished. Alright, bitch. Then, let's not forget you and Cam's role in the shit to target Mel along with Squall again after Cam was up on TMs. Let's not forget that and the whole abundance of bullshit you've got milked to throughout all the fucking years. Oh, and that fake ass bullshit scream test. I would say it was a full on con and lie and hit piece. With you, Jenny, and Adrian, and Skilo and all when they came into town for all that shit. Benny bought all the body cameras. He was supposed to get a whole van, a production van. And Ski was coming in with the ID thing and all that. Let's not forget all that, okay, dear? Let's not forget all the fuckery. Okay? Because you're straight up lying, and that was defamation slander, also shit. Because y'all didn't have a look at everything was a fucking lie. So, the damage you've done to another human being and their witness statements and everything else, why'd you do that for falsely? Why have you spent a great deal of time targeting and trying to discredit someone in their witness statements? And playing with a group who targeted their witness children and this and the other and fucking with them for years. While wound up around, those like the nanas and toasters and the rest. You want to talk about it? One day we will, won't we? You can drive Summer's car to the proceedings. So, I don't know the fuck you're doing talking about damage and shit. And threatening Ziggy going, you're not gonna like the outcome. I'd call that a full-on threat to Zig, and trying to get her to shut up. Now, Zig. Okay, she is. Okay. But all this bullshit, let's be real. It's some form of bullshit. There's some back shit. There's some extra shit to this and what it looks like in public versus what's really happening back here. Something else. Probably a whole lot of trying to get things to at the same time, more acquisitions and responses and things like that too. Who the fuck really knows? Y'all always up to some shit that's got like a 50-prong effort to it, It's always some shit. But I know you ain't serious. Did you just tell her she don't like what's gonna happen? And the weird part is, the weird part is,
To fess up immediately. Who hyped her up? Who fed her this? We know how she loves to run with things, but this time she says she has backup. NDAs, shopping around to Netflix, Andy being the kind, wonderful neighbor and a star of a documentary. Meanwhile, the tracking dogs tracked up your husband's hill. I don't know. So receipts or it didn't happen. Okay? Or maybe you just needed more content. I don't know. But either way, we can clip and play you and prove that you've done so much damage overall in this case compared to anybody else, you won't like the outcome. So shut up.
now, Chasing said, we can prove you've done so much damage, you won't like the outcome. Implying a we means you're working with a group. Now, what's weird about that, it sounds like that would be a threat from the main team. We can prove you've done so much damage. And then what? I mean, Ziggy can't do much big. I mean, that's the problem, right? Y'all can just go around and fuck one of these motherfuckers and each other in that way and setting each other up doing fuck shit. And it's also batshit sounding by the end of it. And then people are halfway at least what they are, that LA courts might not lose to them if they turned the rest of you in or made the ties together, all that shit. I don't know. Especially them dirty workers like the Cams, the BKs, the Ziggies, y'all got doing all the fuck shit. It's fine. Whatever else, just like it's all clean and clear and under control, right? Always get a thing. Anyway. But a we would imply, and for you to do anything about that, you'd have to be LA, or you have to be straight up the ass of, I don't know, certain places in order to be threatening her with that like that. I'd find that funny considering the fuck you've done. Because I think he'd be sitting in the same boat as Zig. Otherwise. I don't know what kind of fuck shit you up to. That I really don't. They always up to some fuck shit. once again, Jason flying in. Jenny and Adrian on to clean messes up, do whatever. Threaten, fuck shit going down, and here soon she'll make it all okay for everybody. There'll be a chasing stamp on it. And everybody else will be the heckin' bad guys. Right? And TM, I don't even know what the fuck that bitch is doing, flying around everywhere and riding everywhere, doing all the weird shit. Acting like the hero. I mean, well, that's her sort of fucking Mighty Mouse role around here too, though, ain't it? For all the years and all the cases and all the way back since the St. Jude shit, is sort of her role. As she's one of the mains back there doing the fuckery behind the scenes or otherwise. She's under attack. She's just there to break it all down. She's never part of anything either. Bullshit. And yes, TM was supposed to indeed come down here. And let's not forget the money that got Chasing's crew onto 125 after they done all the ass cleansing and the tormenting of me and let Monster be like, no, Mr. Cord, it's true, you did all the bad things in the land and outing me for the TV and everything else, not feeling safe, he would ever, it's her. But he had all the channels and all them doing the fuck shit and destroying the shit out of us, right? And then they got rewarded, much like after Ryan and them did all the dirty work. Ryan got the golden ticket to 125, right? But let's not forget it is Benny's money that bought their way onto the fucking property to begin with. And then Monster robbed his ass. Right? Piper was there. Oh my, yeah. And then there were so many other times, fuck shit. But that ain't the only time anybody's been places or doing fucking things or I don't know. But this year, and the whole flip-flop of the sudden everybody's changing their tunes, like the Trevors and the Monsters and the Hunters and all that, man. It's been a weird year, ain't it? Nah, I'm not saying everything's some shit trying to be, you know what, I don't care. I just don't care. But no. And when Jason and all them and even Zig, they all come back to the same crew and the same people, immediately inserting and surrounding everything as soon as Summer's alerts were released, and the boots on the ground and the bullshit, the Seraphinas and the We Can Leave You Hopelesses and the Sweetie Pilos and the Crazy Crime Chick and all that bullshittery and those in the era, everything else. Hell no. Hell no. Hell to the fuck no. Y'all on that fuck shit. Y'all have always been on that fuck shit. Always been on that building, weaving a story, scripting, writing. Bullshit. Targeting others, trying to discredit, trying to create doubt, trying to do whatever. I guess to make a good story, probably to sell off. Right? Or make bazillions off of opportunity not to, Oh, goddamn investments, but back you never really know in all the ways in which they connect, right? So, anyway. They're on that fuck shit. Chasing especially. Looks like Something does have Ziggy, but it ain't what it appears.
Never had the chance to directly ask this, but can Fred address the rumor of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit? Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
What, when did they was,
That hit. What can you explain that the hit?
that was not the, I think it was 16th when the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and
But what their theory was, the law enforcement, they figured it was scent that where Don had been there, come off where they had come up a holler, because he had seen all the way up a holler and stuff, but he got stronger about the time the road got rougher, and they figured it was where the vibration off the vehicle was causing the scent to get more, where the road got rougher.
so where was it though where was the scent? Like, where was it they were hitting? It was like, what was it at the bottom of the driveway?
No, it come all the way up my driveway, and it didn't go toward the camper. It went on there's a little flat like on past the camper.
Oh, so it went in the wood, kind of off to the right in the woods.
Yeah, he just went straight up there to that little flat.
Huh.
And see, I had a 2006 Explorer sitting up there, and they just stopped it. That's what people said, that, oh, the dog shit on that vehicle and stuff. No, I said it stopped at that vehicle. That's where they stopped, because that's where I had a vehicle parked at, and it was this little flat, and they assumed that maybe somebody had walked up there or something.
But what about the scent at the bottom of is that what people are saying about the scent at the bottom of the truck or whatever? Is that what they mean?
Yeah. That's what they was getting at. When I said it went up to a vehicle that was parked at the top, I never said whether a truck or a car or what.
Bless.
And that was the 16th?
Yeah, the evening of the 16th, hour before dark.
That's weird, because Don had been there
He'd been there numerous times, from the 15th to the end.
really? He can't go there more than, he was
He was there before dark on the damn 15th in October.
yeah, I know, that's weird. Yeah, so yeah, Fred's never denied that happening, or that the dog scent, or her scent, it traveled down the whole road, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I do
See,
know.
they got scent that went on to Richard Goldie's property too, driveway, but he just went so far up his driveway and then back, They just hit so far up his driveway, but not as far as where his cameras was.
So,
And they hit even other places in the holler, but that could have been where certain ones had been around, looking for some or something, go around or something.
so Don B says about dog.
Who the fuck are certain ones? I don't know. Anyway, thing is, it's weird. This ain't about the documentary necessarily, right? And all the shit. Chasing chose this piece to play, then threatened Zig, or make it look like the receipts are tonight, but listen, the whole piece has really been about sense in response to Trevor, who's part of, that crew. So, why did Chasing choose this? With Sense and Trevor's question to play, and then
Okay, somebody needs to fess up immediately. Who hyped her up? Who fed her this? We know how she loves to run with things, but this time she says she has backup. NDAs, shopping around to Netflix, Andy being the kind, wonderful neighbor and a star of a documentary. Meanwhile, uh, the tracking dogs tracked up your husband's hill. I don't know. So receipts or it didn't happen. Okay? Or maybe you just needed more content. I don't know. But either way, we can clip and play you and prove that you've done so much damage overall in this case compared to anybody else, you won't like the outcome. So shut up.
anyway, you make that make sense. Is Chasing threaten another technical witness or someone around Summer's case? No, you like what fucking Fred's saying or doing and has been doing since damn near. And that's the thing, right? Fred's been playing with this motherfucking realm as long as C&D, like, I guess since, like, first seconds. And your psychics and all this connected back with the Zigs and the Seraphinas and the Sweeties and all y'all and the Ziggy, yeah, I don't know. For a very long time. And with those of the main monster crew who are clearly parked on the road as Ziggy pulls in. Now, I wonder how that happened when they were already in touch with the rest of you. It's too much, right? It's been years of it. But why pick this? Peace. Why? More of a making a murderer threat? Because, I mean, honestly, it sort of follows that script being, I think, built since the 15th. And especially those, like, well, I don't know, the prayer gardens and all those that were with channels after inserting in and around and speech writing and all that shit with the hillbilly junkie shit. And to this day, I've never heard another person in all these years ever say they were covering up anything but Prayer Gardens of America, who clearly stated she was covering up for Dawn and Candace. No shit. It's the only person ever I've ever heard saying such fuckery. A prayer garden. A YouTuber. Not any of the junkies, not even the fucking cornbread or the chicken heads or anybody. Fuck no, it's one of you fucking YouTubers. That you YouTubers have fessed up being sent, directed by those closest to, and otherwise, and by Monster, to fuck with us. On all levels. You all saying you've done it intentionally with purpose and knowledge of being sent to do it, told to do it, on the ground and otherwise, and online, and making your channels all about, bashing, discrediting, doing whatever the fuck, which is altering things. And I ask this, man, y'all fucking mom. Y'all have all gotten up to some fuck shit. But Fred's been in touch with these psychics and everybody else to come right back to you motherfuckers and people like Zig and Israel. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, stupid. And then those like inside, I just can't. Around the, oh, we found hair on the property and blah, 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 when they searched all that shit and the shares and everybody, I just can't think, y'all. It's been so many years of bullshit. Alright. So many years and so many pieces and so many players and so much fuck shit. But why pick this piece? Fits the narrative, I guess. One may be being built from the beginning. And I can't disagree. Some people look awful fucking guilty. But when monsters can judge monsters and you know their behaviors, man, I just don't want to say all the things behind all the things. Because the potential and possibilities there for you all to have created, or others, or it to create something that shouldn't run, all of that. And I hate even calling Fred out on a lot of his shit because it helps if, it's you all building there, or those most likely to be doing that. Because I'll tell you, they always tell you not to discount your first gut instinct, right? And I'll tell you, after 6:09 that evening, there was just something in my gut. This ain't right. It's off. Some level of planning, scripting, waiting, something. Now, at first, I attribute it to, well, they've probably taken a few extra minutes. They have no idea where, just. At first, you take things. I guess the way they are in those moments. And as you gather more pieces as time goes on, and all these things, your views on things change. But even right after 6:09, man, it was like, man, there's something. There was this feeling in my gut that says, but at first you wrongly attribute it to, like, it's like, no one, whatever C told me about Summer's whereabouts, right? Where she'd last seen her, knew her to be, and her statements around it. It's like, that bitch has no clue where the fuck she was. Fuck it. Sort of went, woo, with whatever the fuck. Because I knew it was bullshit. I could tell it was bullshit. And, I was like, and I knew the boys had been, going down the bank the other way. So I knew when I, come around and be like, well, you gotta find the boys in order to get any truth, or to figure out where Summer most likely was. Because, like the rest of the world, C rarely had eyes on anything or anybody. But, so, it was as simple as that. But as the minutes and hours and days and weeks and months, it just compiles those gut feelings at first. Go, man, something's, not, does that mean anything that my assumptions weren't in it? I mean, I don't know, but I would hate, and that's been part of why it's been so hard speaking here or trying to watch ways, is to, what's said is to not give the weavers and the parroters and the mimickers and the skinwalkers and the YouTubers and the Sailor more to build from ways to make anything syllable and to try to target others wrong. I mean, but damn, it doesn't matter what you say, they do that. It doesn't matter if, it doesn't matter. They always do that shit. And they always catch on to, and grab it and run, do whatever, twist it to suit their, And I think those locally, including Fred and others, have done the same. Woven in around. I've tried to be cautious about not saying certain things, not giving certain things, or all of certain things. That way others couldn't weave, bob, try to figure out how to change their shit to go around the things, because I know in real life, even in the first minute, these people are built that way, it's just how they are. And I tested that theory to see if it was happening in everything very early on, and it seemed to be. So I've tried to be cautious while y'all dipshits be like, you just want to say all things, you don't give all the things, you're talking in fucking code. Right? But I don't want some goddamn bullshit. I don't want narrative shit. I don't want doubt and all this other shit created on purpose in order to destroy anything on purpose. Or, and when you watch these true crime bastards and what they're doing in cases, and knowing that they're working a lot of the times, especially the last few high profile, getting extreme to the point to where, hell, they're trying to overturn case, doing all kinds of fuck shit in court setting, all the, and you know the degrees they go to even work with those most likely to be, because they know the destruction of these cases actually makes them more. Even if it means somebody walks. And boy, that's not something I want to see. In Summer's case. No, I want to see somebody dragged up fucking steps and goddamn shackles. Sat in court in fucking shackles and chained to the goddamn floor. I want to see somebody in a goddamn death chamber. I want the right person there. No tragedy pimp involvement, and no innocent person target or everything fucked with, tampered with. Oh, like I found a water bottle at Petito's, and oh look, we inserted EquiSearch after getting rid of the real searchers, and look, we got people embedded in that are giving us back shit like Twilight and Raider, and oh look, we got boots on the ground, and ain't nobody got time for that shit. And none of these cases should be being done that way, but that's what they're doing across the U.S. Especially because other countries have outlawed what a lot of them, including Canada Boy and Australia, all these creators. You think there's a reason they concentrate on U.S. cases? It's because they're not allowed to do that on their own, and they can make, it's fine. And they can get up some of the worst shit, by the way, and they know it's harder for people to touch them legally or civilly. Anyway, when I made this channel, despite their narratives, I told them I'd hunt them to the ends of the earth. For what I could see they were doing, including Penny chasing his little buddy over there. It's awful quiet out front. And the rest of the crew on down. And around and around and around, Her little buddy she's been in touch with and known since way back. Even for what, Kanika? And all that, And CIA agent offered out and that and all these other things, and all the shit. All the cases where Chasing's been, where the Slay's been to, all these things, man. The MGLs, the Ziggies having contact with, it's just far too much. And it's been all of them working all these cases for all these years. Years. You know? Anyway. So this channel, despite their narratives, I jumped over here to call them the fuck out. And speak on DV. That type of shit. Despite their bullshit. Right? What they want to make people believe. Because if they mention that or it's mentioned, they have to go all the way back to the beginning of why that is. And they do not want reminders of that shit. Right? Out there. So anyway. A minute. And their years of continued fuckery is on my nerves. But here's what gets me. Fuck right does Chasing have to be speaking on or putting up AI overview garbage on Sense? Was she in there? Did she live on Benham? Or is she like the Jenny and the Adrians who somehow, oddly enough, no shit, you should see some of the shit they've hidden. The pieces where they were acting like them bitches were under mine monster's bed for 30 years watching us like fuck and shit. Alright, no, that's not the way the sexual activity. I shit you not, bro. They even spoke down to that degree, acting like they were living with it, all kinds of shit. They're wild. They always want y'all to believe that somehow they have a right to do these things and to say this shit and to fuck up. Or that they're super investigators, so therefore they know. Let me tell you something, motherfuckers. Especially surrounding this scent shit and the dog shit and all that. All your little meat bags you've acquired and been playing with since the beginning. And who you think you're getting real deeds from? I don't give a shit what people you've interviewed or gotten things from. I don't give a fuck. For you all to act like you have who the fuck are you again? Oh yeah, you're random assholes online doing random asshole shit. Now you can say as you like about any of us in and around the area or who actually lived on that road or were witnesses or anything else. Right? You can say what the fuck you like. But we are indeed us. And you all are you. You all are random assholes from around the world who have inserted in. Now, I can't tell you that C&D and Fred and Laura didn't hunt out and mutually use this explicit, parasitic, whatever's long monster, but, I can't say that, right? But I know I ain't. And I know many others in the community ain't. And the way in which shit was done around us, and we were fed out to, and all this other shit, and being hunted before we ever even fucking know. No. I don't care what you all feed the public. I don't give a flying fuck what you feed these Karens and wannabe web sleuths and super detectives and idiots and Kool-Aid drinkers who do this as a fucking hobby and cry cut money and whatever else. And you all pretend that you all are doing the heckin' fucking Lord's work, Summer's work, or Harmony's work, Petito's work, whatever else. While you are no advocates of any kind, you all are fucking absolute abusers, manipulators, monsters, terrible goddamn human beings, one variety or the fucking other. You do this shit in cases on purpose, and you mind fuck the hell out of the public to make them believe you have a right to do any of this, and you do not. And y'all are doing it for all the wrong reasons. Ain't for good, right, the American way, truth, light, real answers. Fuck no, you ain't. And you don't have a right to go destroy entire communities and justice and court systems and tamper with law enforcement and feds and all these other things in each and every active case, so that y'all can build and weave something and narratives and work together in a well-organized group online to do it, and in ways that's so nefarious and insidious that you'll hope it will never catch up with you. And it makes people sound crazy if they out it, or if they call police, or you do this there, you set up motherfuckers, you do all the shit, to discount credit to where nobody's listed. I don't give a shit. I can see some bitches for what you are. I hate that a great deal and portion of the public still has a hard time believing. It's very simplistic, but it sounds nuts, right? That's what y'all also bank on. But it's very simplistic how y'all work. The techniques you use, the QAnon shit, the manipulative shit, the pamphlet one-on-one abuser type tactics, and all the fuckery, and then all the means of communication you can find to get by with all the law breaking you think, and the communication shit so it doesn't catch up, and the tactics you all use in the family groups and to draw the people in and to hunt them down. It's actually very simplistic for a criminal organization working online. And it's not batshit in the least. And I assume that feds are wise to it, and others, and experts of higher degrees than you module fucking takers are, who think you'll always get away with it. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Unless Chase always got some shit to say, or any of you all. Like that bullshit Scream test, that hit piece and shit. There was an outright lie with Penny, the fake FBI variety. It's right up Chasing's twat. And she cleaned and put the stamp on it and all that shit. And you know how for years this place, including the hoaxes perpetrated by and the real calls that went to the feds, was there about Andy, supposedly us saying that Andy seen Summer's body. We never said that, nor did Little, but I'm sure that motherfucker has never even heard the truth. He knows what he fucking did. He knows damn good and well what he did. That's why he changed it. No, it was a dream I told her about. It's bullshit, and it's a lie. He knows it. But he did not say he had seen Summer's body, nor was that ever the case. Penny hid the real piece where Little spoke on the earliest days. And nothing to do with that. Her and eldest were screamed at, yelled at as a form of abuse. And Monster screaming that Candace and I had murdered Summer. She was around the area somewhere, etc. And, but in graphic detail, certain shit. And it was just to fuck with us, just to abuse us, because he already knew Little was extremely traumatized and having a hard time with it. I was obviously upset, like normal folks in the rest of the neighborhood who gave a damn. And he chose to use it as abuse. It was also one of the narratives he was pumping out while he was pumping Whorebag 3000 over in the bathroom stall to everyone, because he found a new way to use Summer vanishing as a new way to pump out a narrative, so people will be okay with those last steps of him trying to know his own arm off, and he realized they couldn't because he went too far pumping the gas pumps. Alright, among other things. I don't know, more time wears on though, and the more this weird shit keeps happening around Monster, I gotta tell you, the dates correlating around certain shit and change behaviors and all this other fuck shit going on that honor thing. Got me being like, the fuck? I don't know, man. They make me feel some way sometimes today. Yeah, I just weird shit, but maybe it's just coincidence. Either way, I just don't understand how y'all believe these creators are right. Or the researchers. Or any of the rest of y'all to do what the fuck you're doing. And to say that we do not have a right to speak. Or to do whatever the fuck really we like after they've pissed us off, as in my case. And we don't like it. We want justice. And we want tragedy pimps held accountable. And we want fucking change for the good and right. And not just for Summer's case. But all the cases prior to these son of a bitches have been embedded in, and all the ones overlapping, and so that it doesn't continue further with this type of goddamn nonsense. And I'd love to say it's as simple as nonsense. It ain't. It's downright goddamn criminal, terrible, horrifying when you think of it in the levels of how they can tamper with court systems and law enforcement in this area and court proceedings and true justice and our branches of government and get laws made. Hell, they got locked down. All the rest of this fucking crew got everybody's rights in Florida yanked from them. You know? Like, because they're fuck shit and potatoes and otherwise in laundries and shit. But y'all want to be over like, yeah, lockdown's got the preferred meat sack on right now. And he's anti-tragedy pimp. He's not for. He is a fucking full fucking racist shenanigan. Fuck you, man. Oh, and let's not forget his baby ass version of the fake ass fucking scream testing that Jenny, Adrian, and Chasing and all them did, you know. To somehow fuck with and target people. Right? Fuck this shit. Alright? Anyway. Just a level. These people are nobody, man. None of you all are anything to any of us. Now, I don't give a shit how you feel about any of us. I really fucking don't. But the truth is that you all keep missing is we are real to that road. We know each other. We know the community. Most of us in the road knew Summer. The boys, Don and Candace, each other, patterns and behaviors of each other, and this and that and the other, and know the rest of the community members. Even those who want to get on here and do fuck shit. Or do fucked up on the ground shit for you motherfucking tragedy pimps for an extra $10 for a goddamn rock or needle they're gonna jam up their fucking arm, or to hide their fuck shit or dirt, or to help y'all create narratives, or to target people they want targeted throughout the years. And y'all gonna use it, and it's fucked up. But anyway, and a lot of you have semi-blackmailed to actually be here and done weird shit, just like y'all done out in the open to a great deal, many. And y'all thought it cute and funny, blackmailing, witness intimidation, and the rest, you know, but y'all definitely done in the background side of that community for a certain few. Anyway, local players, let's put it that way. Now, I don't know who Chasing and the rest are to speak on anything, quite frankly. Or their preferred meat bags, even sometimes. It's like, this shit, this piece she chose. Right? Wow. strange piece to pick. Thing is, not sure what. Dogs were in there before Fred was. Yep, sure were. Don was definitely not. I mean, he was running around everywhere, sort of, but not at first, and he wasn't present for a great portion of the dog's first movements or able to watch them. Monster at a certain point uh, just chose to ignore orders and not stay where he's supposed to stay until, whatever, and took off to go contaminate and be doing shit, when he was told to stand. And so even Monster didn't see a great deal of some of those things, although maybe from different perspectives. Maybe. Um, Now, the rest of the days and all the dogs are a little different. Okay. Every day is different. Um, the shit you all got mixed up on purpose or other or twisting or fairy telling or doing whatever it is they do with half the shit and getting all script purpose and pumping out this. I just don't know. You know. Now, here's the thing about it though, right? Y'all suck, but at least we were there. Now, I'll tell you, you can stand and you can witness something, you can see something, right? You can have your own thoughts about it, you can hear things, and all that, right? And you can have your own thoughts about all of it. If you're one of us. But that doesn't mean our thoughts on it or our perception of even those events that we were staring at it, hearing it, experiencing it directly, live in real time. Doesn't mean those are accurate either. It's just each of our perspectives. But I'll tell you, it's a great deal more reality and whatnot than these tragedy pimp asshole creators and those like chasing and everybody else want to pump out there, with their super detective shit and their fucking databases and blah. But they conducted all the interviews with all the people around the community, blah, blah, and a great portion of those having motives and shit. What they want to do is some are blackmailed into, some are using this realm to target others for years worth of slides and shit. And a great deal of what they're getting is bullshit. They know it. And they're wound up around the worst of the fucking worst, right? Doing the Lord's work of the asshole and the ball wash team. Yeah. So, I just don't know who the fuck they are. Now, I'll tell you is, just, no, all this scent shit just, um, I find it a little strange. This is what was chosen. It's going to be for one purpose or the other, but therefore, I guess I can just go database it and whatever. But, somewhere, some were actually in there. And that ain't gonna include any of your fucking creators. Your precious little detective creators. Who are all wound up around all the monsters. Who are all fucking bullshitting their asses off. And willing to change shit, do fuck shit, pump out bullshit. And go along with whatever the creators want. Because ain't none of them truly give a damn about anything either. And they never have. They've all slept just fine since summer vanished. Some people have not. Some are in actual pursuit of the truth and answers, justice, and change. And do not want true justice to be denied. Or these fucksticks to make it to where Summer's not found, or her real story ever told by her brothers, law enforcement, and those who deserve to do so. And it ain't none of that. Some narrative created, some story woven, some shit built from the very beginning, pumped out to the public, sold off. It ain't Summer's story. It's tragedy Pim's story. Now they can tell you, like, TP and all these, or even Zig on her second apology tour live, or whatever the fuck that was. They're okay with her. If it, what, and boy, TP's language gave it away, didn't it? Did y'all catch that shit? She couldn't help but talk like the documentary was a real thing. She's like, oh, you're just mad because you're not part of it, and blah, 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 blah. Like, she knew some shit. It's weird, TP's language. Anyway. But, yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Y'all better get a better spokesman, because this one, her, like, next minute, she's like, it ain't even real. But then all she could do was talk like it was actually real. If you listen to the language of TP, it's like, wait, what do you know about that hive you hiving around with the whole time? And the Jenny, Adrian, Scott, Seal, Bitch Chat, and we're in it in the beginning, and all that. You know, no, what do you know about all shit? But does it mean that they're actually the ones doing it now? No. Do all of them have that sort of bender about them throughout all this? Hell yeah, they do. Look at MGL. Wasn't it Justin and Mally? They were trying to do one. Others were. I know that this is not new news. It was said in the very beginning that Ski and Skilo, Jenny, Adrian, Piper, the rest, you know, and that's part of what the fighting was about with Piper and all the other bullshit too. And she was being thrown out much like BK at the same time was thrown the fuck out. Her job was done, right? Just like BK's was. And regrettably, I think I was used, and also in a way to be all like, because it was days leading up to it, shit was done. Right. And I think that was an on the ground effort. The bashing and crashing team had done their shit, right? And then it's time for the cleansing team to come in, right? And to get rid of the others, throw them over the bus, type shit, right? Anyway, um, yeah, they have their ways. But the difference between all of us, to some degree or another, is that at least we watch the damn dogs, right? Even if it's from different perspectives, like locations, perspectives, our own thoughts on what we were seeing or hearing or told or at least we lived in there and we all know each other and summer, right? Um, Now what the hell the other ones will feed out? I mean, it's just like Fred there saying that shit he did, which is obviously, and there's evidence here on my channel. He's fucking lying like motherfucker again. Um, and the helicopter proves that. Um, and I just, you know, now unless, I mean, like, hell, it could have been some, uh, maybe other dumbass when he was running back and forth and that blah blah before dark. But how the fuck would Fred know that? Unless it's by the people up at his shit while he was clearly not there, not on the road until after dark, and all the shit. And talking about all this other fuck shit. I mean, he's no, and it's just like fucking, right? But what else have happened? But Fred's Fred, man. Sure enough is. But they knew that. That's why they played with Fred from looks like the first hours, days, etc. And that he's connected with and knows some of the locals who apparently had true crime channels. Is a little concerning. That the Hill also apparently did. And then also, I just had a crash course on what true crime had become. With the anniversary dates surrounding Rose, and how maybe this realm could be, it all makes me a little uncomfortable. Alright? But clearly, shit's been being pumped out by those that, these, like, Chasing and Jenny, Adrian, blah, 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 lockdown, all them are, uh, that they've all got on leashes and collars and are all using each other and one for all style stuff. Yeah, I'm just like, whatever, right? I don't like the feel of it. Never have. And, but either way, and there's always been a reason it's been like, even in person, it's like that. Like, oh, didn't it? What? You can't with this fuck stick, okay? You just can't. They knew what Fred was and had since the earliest. It's why people were already sitting there parked before Ziggy shows up. Right? MGL's pissed, all that. All the other neighbors had to go with the narrative of blah, 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 and how Fred went to the JSP. I mean, it all has a thing to it, but I think they were meant to go one way with their story and narrative and the thing they were building, and then ended up going in a different direction. And that is geared mostly towards Fred, right? Which fits the initial playwright, speech writing of the PG variety and all the bullshit, doesn't it? But it doesn't fit certain shit. It's like, how in the hell There's one here be all posted on Facebook. I wish military beat down doors and people deny access and I beat Fred's ass. But then you see your and you're watching the motherfucking movements of these people. And every interaction between them is the calmest, most buddy-like interaction you could ever see. Totally not Rambo, I'm kicking in your door, blah, blah, blah. Like, what the fuck? But online, the narrative is being built for that. It's weird, right? How do you put that together? If you're one of us who's one of us, like, and then, like, call me crazy, okay? But if you think a motherfucker is responsible for your daughter vanishing on the 15th, how in the hell are you almost immediately gonna take your other children, going and just run amok while you chilling, talking around these same motherfuckers? Hell no. That don't make a good lot of sense, does it? That shit happened, man. So strange. You know what gets me? Is that first night in the road. As Don was making his way to Fred's, when he stopped in the car, was talking to me in the dark, full dark. My first thought assumption was, well, they're probably upset. People like them, they're gonna get super high. John's gonna be on one of his benders again or something, raging, all things, right? First thing I really said to Don, I was like, man, don't be going up there to get no shit. Man, Summer's missing, like, Don's like, oh, I ain't. And see, there was no questioning of what shit I meant. There was no questioning of, what the fuck you mean? No anger, no, you falsely saying I'm a dopehead, this or... No, because it's a known between us, including Don. And everybody knows. The fuck he does. And where he gets shit. All the big bad members. And the connections. Don didn't argue it. He just said, I'm not. Yeah. And a few more words to it than that. That was the first thing I really said to him. And he assured me he wasn't going up there to get any fucking shit to get high. Then shit got even weirder and about the same flat tone he'd used. The whole you told me somebody took my daughter. Not enough rage, not enough anything. Certainty that she was either dead or a million miles away. Seems like certain people in there have always wanted it that way. Instantly. They never had any hope in her, or law enforcement, or searchers. It always had to be one or the other. Instantly. I don't know. Nothing's ever been quite as it seems. Especially once this place was truly inserted in pumping out bullshit. But what remains true is these tragedy pimps have been always up to shit. They inserted in us. We did not insert in them. We are real to the situation. They are not. And they have no rights to us. Now, they might be others. I mean, they've tagged and acquired and leashed them and paid them and placated them and cleaned their ball sacks. I mean, I'm sure there's, so much wound up fuckery at this point. It's like, damn, I can look at the proof I hold, even on monster and installing this group, what they're doing to courts and judges and law enforcement, everything else, that I know that they definitely don't want to be found out in fuck shit. They're caught up for it. And I imagine the same holds true of Fred and the rest. But, you know, for years I've watched as those. I've known some basically my whole life, and that I know to be liars, weavers, monsters of ultimate varieties. Lie, weave, do whatever their asses off here. And all of them seem to have the same goal: to target, get near, try to discredit, fuck with, tamper with those in and around the community or Ben Hill who are telling the truth on them, or everything else, at least as they know it. And it's the one thing a lot have in common, whether they're doing it for one reason or the other. It doesn't matter. And these tragedy pimps are helping with it. And you have to ask why that is. Why it's always been. Yeah. Now, especially after the tragedy pimp trials, they were never going to be able to go collar and get others acquired and to play their stupid fucking games with them. And that certain people didn't like. I'm like, no, this ain't right. And the fuck if you're gonna do this shit to me and everything. Hell no. So yeah, I just can't figure out what the hell Jason's got the audacity to be threatening Zig about. And why this particular piece combined to do it. Anyway. Now, also what I find funny, at least as far as this piece goes, and whatever the fuck Fred's saying, I find it strange, certain things, certain places, Fred and other people related to him trying to make one date another together, and then also that weird power shit. I could not figure out for the longest. Um, like, when this realm became known to us and blah blah, right? And I was over here listening to and on the lives and people asking about fucking power. If it was off that area. All these videos that were coming out and talking about it, I was like, what the fuck? Now it's only like sort of Fred and his people that want to talk about that, but yet AEP, after you True Detective finally figured out that it was AEP and not Holston, that service power that is there. They've even said there were no calls, there were no things, but yet it's a thing, right? And it looks like it initially come out from possibly Fred's way behind scenes before y'all ever even knew him publicly. And being pumped out to, oh, I don't know, the psychics and all that's connected with the group and whoever else him and Laura were finding every day to pump out bullshit or who they connected with in the first few days as they were staying entirely freaked out of that roadway for the most part till very late at night and studying or conversing with whatever the fuck and whoever the fuck they were. It looks like a great portion, including waterfall shit and all kinds of other fuck shit, actually came from Fred's way. And his incessant need to make one day another day, and then somehow he's got family in on that. It just really weirds me out. It does. And then for him to be hitting Monster, it's like, I know that shit with him, Laura, the messages where she finally messaged Monster back, and then Ziggy and all them having the phone dipped, and whatever. It was actually a bullshit ass attempt to make it look like Monster's all curious about if he was actually seen on the road. Look, Ellie, you gotta see this. Look, he's worried. Yeah, bro, he wasn't on the road, right? There's enough evidence out here, even that I've put out, that show it's impossible. But they want to create an narrative. And what I also find funny is, boy, they're sort of picking that up again, aren't they? Recently, you noticed that I did. I noticed that just in a few seconds of watching some stupid shit, PG and Curiosity had the same narrative shit going on, except Curiosity, well, while proclaiming she was not pumping out misinformation, and that's what she railed against, is her was actually pumping out misinformation and lies, and trying to cleanse the balls of. But for the team she hangs out with, y'all noticed she was right up in the 6-up squad's fuckery the other night too. And then who she's always saying, oh, the routine of these people and the rinse repeat costuming of, I'm so sick of it. And then that whole, I'm not going to address it, but wait, I'm going to address it. And then twist it and spin it. Right, that was funny. But, yeah, her and PG and only back on the same shit that Chasing's built and twisted. And, then also wrong about where the origins of shit come from. And certain shit to once again make it look like I was doing shit to Monster, etc. We're just gonna report you for hate speech. Okay? Anybody else who feels like the anti-LGBTQ hate speech commenter down there is doing exactly that, feel free to report them. I don't find hate jokes and hate speech very funny to any protected class. And, you know, troll, obviously, but that shit ain't cool. So anyway, And that they're making jokes about them ending up on milk cartons and things when, statistically speaking, POC, LGBTQ, etc., and indigenous, are more likely to be victims of crime and to actually vanish or to be murdered. Yeah, that ain't real fucking funny, asshole. Anyway, so anyway, um, now where the fuck was I? Which is the point of the trolling, right? One of these days, man. Motherfucker, if I turn this car around and rewind on this one down here to fucking figure out where I was at. Because it's important. This is why we can't have nice things. Ah, thank you, holy moly. Curiosity, PG. Now, Curiosity, no shit, this dumb bitch, who's such a goddamn coward that she has to hide her fucking face. Unless, of course, on the news or other shit. When she comes here for a pilgrimage for summer and then realizes for several years she's been pumping out all the wrong information because she didn't understand things like, oh, the door was here, this was here, and you can't actually see the house. And oh shit, that means for several years I've been totally wrong and targeting all the wrong people. Whoopsies. And then wants to make this effort while she's hiving around acting like we're all stupid as fuck and tries that pretend, no, I'm pro JSB routine on me like everybody else has. Fuck that. Alright? Now, during her pilgrimage here, this dumb bitch, who was just the other day wondering about junkyards and crushers and shit, Miss Super Detective, okay, comes here during that time, and instead of visiting any of these places to get answers, to do detective work and boots on the ground work, the dumb bitch takes herself to a place she thinks I worked, which is the wrong bar entirely. And one that wasn't even the original here either. And then comes back to give y'all that in Summer's case. Because boy, wasn't that solving something. The wrong bar, not the original either. I didn't mark it either. To hit at me, because that's real helpful to Summer's case. Me dancing somehow decades prior to Summer Magic. Huh. That was better time spent on Summer's pilgrimage here for these freakazoids than her going her ass to the crusher and getting real tired. But now she's going to do a spin, build her a channel while she's too cowardly to come out from behind that bullshit. And talks real slow to make sure it don't move. But yeah, watch that show. Anyway. I think all these women like her and Smiley feel some type of way about the strip and other people. They feel some type of way about themselves and then it leak. Anyway, I'm not even gonna get off on that pathway again for the billionth time. Maybe you ladies ought to try it. And then you'd feel a bit better about yourselves, have a little bit more like confidence. I highly recommend it actually. It's very free. When you're just yourself. instead of some goddamn icon or something. You know, you're leaking. So, avatars. I'm sorry, not icons. Avatars. So anyway, PG and Curiosity are on the same fucking thing, right? Basically. One little different thing here. Curiosity was helping, what I find weird. Alright. Let me see if I can find the stupid shit. We'll just play it. No, that's wrong. Because it's just the top of the morning, okay? It's just the top of the morning. Wow. That would also be hate speech. I mean, we don't do racism here either. Anybody who feels a certain type of way about that one, go for it. Alright. What the hell's wrong with motherfuckers? The thing is, I don't care what level you're trolling, or who, or why, or sent, not sent, that you can even type out words like that. It says a great deal about who you are in this world. What your character is. And how fucking terrible of a human being you are.
Brightspeed is giving new customers free fiber internet.
Ernie? No. Why do you always have to do that, bro? Quit going for the square with the tappy things, okay? I think this is it. We'll just play stupid shit. And I want y'all to pay attention to the next fucking creator you watch. Who starts out with Summer, Candace, Dawn, titled in the video thumbnails, and implying in the first 5 seconds, like, oh yeah, Candace, Dawn, Candace Sr., they're all guilty, right? And then I want you to pay attention to the rest of their live stream or video. It won't be about Candace, Dawn, Summer. It'll be about one of us around, generally me or my children, etc., and shitting on us. Though at the very first, they'll be like, no, there's only 3 motherfuckers that know what happened, and they're on 110. And they're guiltier than hell, but here, let's spend 3 hours creating public that narratives, and slamming and hitting and, talking shit about and slandering and libel and whatever. Like I said, they're, what I mean? Yep, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? While they do so under Dawn, Candace, or Summer's name. Or one of us. Anyway, not their own. And they'll all tell you that people here making, this and, whatever. And that they're here and they're, making money or doing whatever it is and blah, 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 or whatever, And, but it's all of our names, including Summer's. They have to put in their goddamn titles or tag us in or this and the other to get you all to watch. Not their own names. Ain't that funny? So it looks like without any of it, they wouldn't, right? Nope. And notice they have to have that. They have to. You know? And then there are some of us now, who don't even use the creators' real names most of the time, in titles or anything else. And we don't even use them. Rarely Dawn and Candace's or anything else titles either. And if we do, it's more of a C and D type of thing, initials to where it's not algorithm based. Strange that. Daring the creators to start doing that shit. Come up with cute little titles, like the strawberry one last night, or any of those, right? See how far their views drop. When they ain't using one or the other of us. Or, to do the lowers. They're just here for all the, no. Okay, but anyway, this one right here. She puts up the news article where Fred was arrested in Virginia and all that. And then this big typewriter with the giant words misinformation. Lies. Interference. And a bunch of distorted, weird, claymation, creepy shit. Hell, I don't know. There's a point, I suppose.
I've seen another creator's community post, and I too feel the same way. I feel I need a break. I was in Peachy's chat last night.
She too feels the same way. She needs a break. I'm so sick of creators saying that over these years. They need vacations, they need breaks. They're the break. It's been so much and overwhelming for me. Fuck all y'all. Fuck you pieces of shit. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the whole fuck up.
Good conversation, good back and forth, theories and opinions, which should always, and I too feel the same way. I feel I need a break.
Yeah, didn't you say it after your pilgrimage here, sweetheart? You just didn't know what y'all were doing here anymore. And you'd been so wrong for 2 years because you didn't even understand the area, the neighborhood, the houses, and that. And you've been pumping out bullshit. So you just didn't know what you're here for. I guess to still continue to do the same thing with fucking Avatar and having to be very still so your real face doesn't shine. In a group.
I was in Peachy's chat last night. It was going good. Good conversation, good back and forth.
Have y'all ever seen a Prayer Gardens chat? or any of her live streams, pick one. When you are in a place known to pump out nothing but bullshit, lies, garbage, harassment, I mean, the worst of the worst shit in and around anything, and that bitch proclaiming it's Somerville's channel, and that doesn't make you sick as fuck, but you have no problem hanging out over there, and you're in chat watching, and you really think that's where you're going for good conversation and back and forth and answers. Is it really somebody you want to be listening to? That's Jason. Excuse me? The fuck? Hell no. Carrying on.
Theories and opinions, which should always
It's good back and forth and theories and opinions and that shit. Hey, listen to this shit.
be accepted is fine with me.
That should always be accepted. That's fine with me. Yeah, okay. I get theories and opinions and whatnot. Alright? I get that. But, no. Not of that fucking batshit variety. And then, when those are done in the tragedy of him playing, you know, pebbles are dropped and people pick up on the bullshit, like what, the damage it actually caused. I mean, and oh, they're not even based in fucking reality to begin with, and based on how in the fuck are you gonna proclaim? Seriously, how is Curiosity gonna proclaim that she's all about the anti-misinformation lifestyle? But she's going into PGs to listen to all the batshit insane theories and opinions of all the batshitters and of PG. Just. Mm-hmm. That almost every word PG says is based on some type of lie. Therefore, most of our chatters knows buy and believe and pump out other bullshit. And their opinions and theories based on y'all's bullshit, or even 2 years worth of Curiosity's bullshit prior because she didn't understand perspectives of the house, layout, on it. Yeah, that still reigns supreme. So, I just, you make it make sense.
But then you get aggressive with their opinions, and then you start to see where their opinions come from misinformation.
But then they get aggressive with their opinions. And you see where it's coming from. That's called mind fucking people to where they're in tunnel vision and the whole cognitive dissonance, and it becomes uncomfortable for them to come out of that. People don't like to be uncomfortable, so they'll fight like hell to remain in that mindset because they can't admit they're wrong or bought shit from creators like you for years who fed them misinformation or wrong shit because of your own misinterpretation or perspective shit. You didn't have, and your comprehension skills or thoughts on what we were saying, whatever, right? And did your own opinions, and these people bought it. Now they're stuck in that, and it makes them uncomfortable when you come up against them, you see, and you're trying to change it. Yeah. No. Okay. Makes sense. I was like, the fuck is there a man talking on something? There's those types who enjoy bicycling. And you say so. If that's your morning get down, y'all go for it. They just be yelling at each other. Oh, fuck. Anyway. So, um, me wearing bicycle shorts, no crack ass on these temps. I don't know. Anyway, so aggressive, right? Blah 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 blah. You know, PG. And look, anybody who pretends they don't know Paraguard and all the bullshit abuse, and you're still visiting that fucking channel for any information, I just exactly.
And I always like to put my 2 cents in when I can to nicely correct the misinformation. Some things are just simple.
Just speechless.
And that is the whole purpose of my channel, to correct misinformation, call out lies.
But yet, wait for it. Because if you're one of us versus one of these skank bitches hiding behind whatever the fuck that is, you realize exactly how much misinformation and shit and cleansing she's getting ready to do and pump out. And some of it based on her feels about the fuck shit I said on her last fucking bullshit bed. Right? And her denial of exactly the fuck she was doing it too. I don't know.
But it seems like some people just don't want to hear it. So I guess I'm asking you, if you're watching this, then whether you like me or not, there's a reason that you're watching me.
Well, it ain't because we can see your real face. You're too cowardly to come out and show. With your cultivated voice, I mean, I don't know. Probably because you've advertised and they've advertised you for the last several months, and you just sort of appeared after certain dates, and you know, you were definitely doing all the fuck shit before. Now you're doing the I'm doing Lord's work shit now, though. Different persona and all that shit, you know. But you still hyped up. And, I don't know. I'd say that's the reason you've got a few more viewers in an actual channel, semi trying to go and start up in the last few months since your pilgrimage. Where you come down here not for detective work, because you ain't super dad or you'd realize how stupid at, but come back for another hit piece. Like so many before you. Anyway, whatever. That's one of those, oh, you must be like hate watching or something else. No. Yeah, or she must have something or you wouldn't watch her. I don't know. Honey, you were like the other 4,000 billion of you before, especially at peak. There's no difference in you and them. You're still a hidden thing, doing some of the bad and worst things for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, and all the things. And not because you're entirely stupid or wrong either. It's because of who you hived up with, let's be real. I ain't dumb. Anyway. You're not unique and you're not special and you're the 4 billionth of you. And bazillions of us have watched through here. If you disappeared tomorrow off of this platform, nobody be like, hey, what happened to that one, what was that true crime, cursed with, what was it? You'd be just come and go like the rest of them. And there have been thousands of you. Sometimes it's good to watch some of you. For some of us, anyway. To keep weather rates. Now, granted, you've been here for years, but weren't built up until lately. And after pilgrimage and all that shit. But, semi-retirement, pretend persona change, different thing happening here suddenly in a tragedy, you know. We've seen that arc many times from me and others too. We've also seen it go the other way. Either way, no. But the little things like you are some of the best to keep up with. You know? And then we watch you come and go. Man, all using Summer and everyone else's name and real community members and everybody's lives and destruction to do whatever it is while you're here and before you go. Inevitably. Anyway. Basically just watch you because you such parts and pieces of things that often you all are what catch up and give the best evidence on everyone else in these groups.
I need input. What can I do for you? Then,
I'll rewind it a bit.
whether you like me or not, there's a reason that you're watching me. I need input. What can I do for you as a watcher to help you understand something or clarify something? Because
My word, man. But what can she do for you? She needs input. There's the call, the pull, right? Participation, somebody cares about your thoughts in chat, they'll keep coming back, keep watching. Uh, whatever, right?
look, I've got
But you too are a watcher. You watch everybody else. And then you need all the other watchers of you to put input in. It's like a watcher situation. I act like they ain't though.
my own ideas on Fred and Chad, Andy, and Jody, and Candace, and Dawn, but I can't push my opinion on you. I can only play clips to.
Bro, I think we all know at this point in history you don't have to push anything on anyone. You just have to use certain tactics, techniques, this and play clips out of context and all these other things, and then, do certain tones or do this and to get people their own idea, and then to run with it, and to make them feel certain types of ways and also shit. I make them think it's their ideas, but it's actually the way in which you have, quote, pushed out or created something for others to believe or think.
Back things up.
I can only play clips for you to back things.
I can only play clips.
And those clips will be ones she selected that also meet her comprehension, her level of understanding, her perspective, etc. And so then, no matter what, you're following her and her ideas, you see. And her interpretation of what those around this real shit she watches must mean, or what we're actually saying, or whatever, right? You're watching a watcher and then rolling with their opinions based on clips and their level of, and their ideas and opinions and theories. And wait for it. And listen.
To back things up. I don't want to hurt Fred. I don't want to hurt Ziggy. Okay, they're human beings.
That don't make a good lot of sense to me, considering seems like a drop of, well, I mean, look, this one right here is called out shit, Fred, Ziggy, blah blah blah, for eons now. But that inclusion of that statement, I don't want to hurt them. They're human beings. Oh, and then that vibe right there, it's wanting to give out, does not match its other comments and other chats, especially with the hive the other night, 6 up and shit. No, dear. And the shit, I mean, it just doesn't. Strange. Leveling of vague hurt, pain, chasing going on in her video with you aren't gonna like what happens. We have blah 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 to Ziggy and Fred, and then I don't know, man. And then this one being right in cahoots with Jenny, Adrian chasing six, etc. in the other room the other night. I don't know. I don't know. Just like this one at the very beginning, it was definitely surrounded by Cher, Liplock, Heather, Lady Arm, blah 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 blah. You know. Mm-hmm.
But there comes a time when you have to hold accountability. And it just seems like those two people in particular can do no wrong. And they both have done a lot of wrong And it keeps going every day. Her views are down. Her subs are down.
Oh dear. You've been watching that? Oh boy.
I don't want to make content.
So, are you saying you've played no role in her views and subs going down as for months? You've been putting out the anti-Zig fridge or calling out. You've played a role, but you don't want her. What? Now, don't get me wrong. Calling them out's fun. But there's a reason the views and things are out. And also, let's be real here. Okay. Can we all just talk about the truth of tragedy pimping? That none of these views and sub counts are fucking real for any of these goddamn channels. Can we just be real about that? And every creator here knows it. Everyone. Do you really think there's like 3,000 watching some of these live streams? Or whatever, and there's like 3 in chats, or the same ones over and over. Or now the better ones are paying for actual chatter, so it'll look like shit's fun. They do that too during moments where they acquire someone in cases too. Notice the chats now they went when they get Chris, Seth, Katie, Dawn, etc. at the very beginning of each of these cases, right? And how they let them run, and there's billions of all that shit. And what it's running with is part of the manipulation. But anyway, point is, do y'all really think any of these have ever been real? As creators, you can tell in the background which channels are watching most. La, 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 la. It's like there are times where there's been upticks of views, like for mine. All of a sudden there was like 300. I'm like, the fuck you say? Bro, I've always stayed pretty stationary with mine off this and the other. Unless they're trying to black out or doing weird shit or just hammering on me, which is current cycle, is they're being pissy last. Unless they're doing fuck shit here, not wanting people to pay attention to it or know what's happening in case I say something and and or believe in any of it. So anyway, and the public becoming aware of how very insertive and boots on the ground they're really going and getting up to and the nefarious shit lately. Or what kind of evidence? Yeah, you heard me. Evidence is there of it. So they definitely want people to see it. But either way, you couldn't tell. Like, when that shit was happening to me, I was like, bro, what the fuck? And that certain creators kept being all cutesy about it. I knew it was being sent, right, from one of their auto troll farms. And they usually look like gaming. YouTubes are massive. They're built things for this realm, and anyway. So I can tell it was like 3 of those. Same thing applies for other creators. And there's certain people in and around this group who seem to have quite a few of those and the ability to send a mass amount of those to one channel or the other, depending on which one they want eyes picked up on at a time or to make the public believe watching them, so therefore they gotta run right over, they must be having the best content lately or whatever, right? And each creator knows it. They're lying to you all, and the views have always been as like, look, they are never what they seem around here. Okay? And these motherfuckers can manipulate them and do for one another and build up and get their little shit stains higher in algorithms and others brought down lower by that method and troll all this other stuff, okay? It's a known, alright? It is a fucking known. And some pay for these services on their own. And the higher tier ones where you'll actually get more chatting, not just the looks like 400 in the bushes, but only 5 chatting. That's a cheaper service. If you want real people to look like they're coming in chatting shit, whatever, never be singing, they pay certain shit for that. And if they're caught doing it, their channels can be taken. But then there are others over here who have connections with massive gaming or farm channels to send instant views one way or the other on certain nights or topics, or when they're getting ready to get up to fuck shit, start building up a creator before they release something or do something, to where they're hiring the algorithms for more to see it. It's just a little game that I like to play. Alright? If you'll notice, has anybody laid eyes on Ryan's lately? How videos that have been sitting there for months, like 3 views on them, have suddenly got up to like 100,000. Over, actually. And others in the last few days have sky fucking rocketed. Oh, that's weird, especially for older videos and lives that have been sitting there, just laid down or whatever. There's something funky going on with Ryan's view count. For sure, because he wasn't even pulling that when he was straight in with Nug and the rest of them. Nug, who turned into full-on tragedy event. But that it's happening in the last few days, and these old videos even suddenly growing from just like 1,000, maybe 2 at most, to almost 100,000 views. No, there's something funky over in Ryan's patch of the woods there. Something funky is afoot. Anyway, and then ain't got shit to do with him and Jen out there doing photo ops on hurricane victim. It ain't got shit to do with that. Alright? Nope. It's something up with that shit. Anyway, carrying on.
Intent to put Fred in a bad light. To point fingers at Fred. I've seen glimpses of Fred.
Listen to it again. I'm gonna rewind just a bit.
People in particular can do no wrong. And they both have done a lot of wrong. And it keeps going every day. I don't want to hurt Fred. I don't want to hurt Ziggy. I don't want to hurt Fred. I don't want to hurt Ziggy. Okay, they're human beings. But there comes a time when you have to hold accountability. And it just seems like those two...
It doesn't make sense. For months, she's been correcting their misinformation. Now, suddenly, it's an outright statement of, I don't want to hurt them. But there comes a time. What does that mean, exactly? And holding accountability? Well, aren't you by holding them accountable by calling them out, like you've been doing for months? So what's changed? What's the new threat? How would you hurt them any further than doing what you've been doing? So why even say what you're saying? This is strange. This is strange.
people in particular can do no wrong. And they both have done a lot of wrong. And it keeps going every day. Her views are down.
I love how you're all like, mighty advertiser. I paid good money for this filter. You know, it's great. Whatever. Whatever. But I don't know. You want to hold Chasing, Jenny, Adrian, and the rest of that crew accountable for the wrongs they've done? Misinformation, twisting, all that shit? Or no? Or you just gonna stay on Ziggy and Fred and anybody else cursory and outside with the rest of the crew? Hmm? You're just gonna stay on the couple allowed to be attacked and terrorized and and clipped and torn apart throughout the years. But not your dear fellow creators and hive members and all the bullshit and the shit they've done every day, just like Ziggy. It's gone on day after day after day, or like yourself. Thing is, I've watched you, along with some others, even tear down statements, Fred's, that were actual truth, but you didn't know that. So you just did so based on your level of understanding and clips that backed up what you wanted, right? And because you think everything that dipshit says is a lie. Or because you want it to be. Or whatever. I've watched you do it to myself and others as well, inside and around that community, and even law enforcement. I've seen you tear down fact and real statements and real shit and attempt to discredit people with your bullshit versus their fact. And facts, period, and truth. Just like I have all the other fucking creators. Hey, B, y'all had a clip. Right. Explain that shit. And yeah, I disagree. Ziggy's done a whole hell of a lot of damage. Fucking blah, blah, blah. It's weird you're parroting that along. Well, I mean, I think most of it's around. But wait, why, you said you were in PGs, man. You're telling me you're going after Ziggy harder than PG, who, by the way, was built up by Cher and Ziggy and all them. After she got up to the fuckery with speechwriting and then covering up for the whales and all that shit and everything, and got some deets, you know, after planning the Mary Hoax call, the attempted liftoff of the first scamathon, I guess, and with Cher, We Can Leave You Hopeless, J4, some McDonough twist, and all the other fuck shit. You're telling me you were in PG's chat, having good discourse, and you've watched her for years pump out the bullshit she's pumped out to crazies who are some of the worst around here to try to get through to. Like, you come up with aggressive ones in there, right? When trying to be corrected. And, you're just gonna call it Ziggy, but you're gonna be like, woo, PG! You dead ass. The speechwriter for the Wells is done shitting on until for even shit that ended up in papers and in real media and all that, and got hickin' real mad when, what, Tim took over and Dawn wouldn't do what it was she was wanting to do with the behavior panel, slavery and all that shit. No? I'm confused. I'm super confused. You hang out in PGs. Watch that shit. I ain't seen you hammer on her or any of her panel guests or anything like you do Ziggy and Fred, though. But yeah, you're right. Ziggy is one of the ones. But do you think Ziggy did it alone? No, and it shows. The others have admitted to all being like rock, paper, scissors, with her over the DCF stuff and all that, who put it out. And she was just a dumb bitch enough to do it. All the other shit Ziggy's gotten up to because y'all, well, the group knows she'll just do some of the worst shit with her outright. And her little players, just like BK and Rats, right? And the little shit things. She's done the dirty dirt, right? You think she got up to all that shit by herself? That all the squad with, round, behind, chasing and being connected to yours, MGL, all the shit for years prior to her being gifted a channel, much like they helped give PG one, and all of you all ones when it was time, and the CZs and the rest like you and others. I mean, come on now. You know? Come on now. Doesn't make it go either way. Why the threatening overtone to Ziggy but not PG? I mean, at least Ziggy doesn't call her channel the Summer Wells channel. Yeah, over there in the channel where she's like, oh, Summer thanks you and Jesus thanks you and tithes to Summer Wells. It's Summer's channel. Let me tell you about how this, that, and the other, blah, blah. Seriously? The speechwriter for it. The only person ever that I could name in all these years that said that they were covering up for the Wells. That's where the fuck you're at. And you don't hammer on that bitch like you do fucking Zig and Fred. What the fuck is up this thread over Thompson's documentary shit? Somebody? Anybody? It's something up. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, back. His life's 30 plus Ernie's trying to be a sneaky weasel. Anyway, so I just feels a little off to me. There's too much to this, but I also think there's a lot of things around it.
Her subs are down. I don't want to make content to put Fred in a bad light. To point.
You don't want to make content to put Fred in a bad light. Views are down, subs are down, oh dear, the overtone of this vague fuckery, eh? But you don't want to make content to put Fred in a bad light, or continue further and hammering at Ziggy until nothing's left if she doesn't cooperate with the group. Shut the fuck up.
Her views are down. Her subs are down. I don't want to make content to put Fred in a bad light. To point fingers at Fred.
To point fingers at Fred. Alright. Well, okay, so does that mean if... okay. You know, fuck it. This is some weird shit. Combine it with Chasing's statement. Go ahead. You have to wonder, does this mean that you'll stop making content calling out Fred and lay off entirely of that you've been doing for months and no longer correcting misinformation in the way you have been on Fred or whatever? If Ziggy and him comply to something, and then maybe her views and subs will go back up, or if she moves entirely over to Empress or something it's supposed to be, so she shut the entire fuck up. And they could darken Summer's community that was built, and let the last tie up on and bow tying of everything stand as it was. Right, as everybody moved fully into Sebastian's and the rest, and Ziggy just won't. Okay. No. Fuck it. What does it mean?
I've seen glimpses of Fred lately, and all I see is pure emptiness, sadness.
She shows a picture of Fred Ziggy posted and community posted. Even I was like, holy shit. Everybody here, including sent things by this group and creators, fucking with us here. You know, we're making fun of the because it looks like his poor little soul's been sucked out since he's been up there with Ziggy. Anyway, she puts up that picture and then says what she's saying.
I don't know. Maybe it's a part of his recovery. You know, he should be out doing something. That's what he's used to doing. He's used to being outside and working on cars. And I don't think he's getting that time now. You know?
Where did you get those thoughts and ideas from? Watch it. So anyway, Yeah.
No, he's not enjoying life. That's just an assumption. I would just like I would like for him to realize that he is wrong about June 15th. He did not see Andy. And that really.
Man. Wild where y'all always going, ain't it?
Really does play a big part in Summer's case, because a lot of you think that Andy was on that road at a time where he wasn't.
I think most people with a brain realize there's evidence that proves the contrary, including evidence I've put out myself, that monster wasn't in the road. Alright? It's weird that y'all only made this a deal when Fred and Ziggy and y'all wanted to have the monster versus Fred fight. But I'd said before that it was nonsensical best. It wasn't even, y'all made it this giant thing. You tragedy pimps have. As suddenly monsters started playing in it, y'all had him questioning Fred while Ziggy stood back for the other team, and the phones and all that shit, and the interrogation of Fred by Monster with well-planned questions and all that. But it was always nonsensical, been said, right? Now y'all are still on this goddamn stupid ass fucking was he, wasn't he? He wasn't. Alright, wasn't. And you know the fuck shit of it all is Fred's been slinging mud, jello, etc. since the beginning anyway, right? Problem is that the initial shit was intended to be built and scripted around either Monster or Fred being guilty or sus of something. Because it went with PG script writing for the group. And that's what I'd go back on. Because you remember the first interview. Fred didn't really want to, but y'all had it built. And you got to think, by that point, the Hunter bullshit had been out, right? And Hunter got it all wrong, but I don't think he understood, anyway. But I think that there's some fuck shit, and MGL and all the crew had it built. To go with the speeches being written. By the lies being told or certain people geared towards, well, they all pretended they only hung out with the Lord's people and not the big bad hillbilly drunk. And then this group took off with it, and then of course they've made contact with Hillbilly Junkie who'll get up to anything. And other hillbilly junkies who want to pretend they're all Lord's people while, doing all the fuck shit. And I still think that's the thing, right? They don't want to put it off on Monster more because Monster's got the property access. Right? And they're trying to correct each other and all the monsters there targeting each other, all the shit. And the fuck ups from the beginning. And the thing is, I think it was built from something Fred knows is entirely wrong. That I don't think at the time it was shown to him, he was told certain things about it. So he might have thought that. But then he gave it out to Tragedy Pimps. Otherwise, then they really started creating run with it. And then Fred can't drop it in it. Right? But it's the interference, the lies, and the purposeful misinformation by the insertion of this group in and around, or playing with, all those like Fred from that goddamn road, that built that lie. And then you all have given extreme rise to it for no real good goddamn reason. After it was already known and proof already out here that monster was on the road. Hell, that's basically the first text, released. That there's no way. Well, I'm sorry, Boss One. If you have... How do you know anybody else can understand? I have great fucking interpreters for Lassie around here, motherfucker. And I am so sorry with your caps locks there, bud. That you can't understand what I'm saying. I suggest you move on to another cancer patient with a speech disability to terrorize. You know? Get a better interpreter. I think angels are tired from that purposeful job now of all that. Taking, sure there's a good one you can find for my lassie ass here. Okay? I'm glad you wasted your time trolling. If you can't understand me, exit's right there, motherfucker. You didn't even have to comment. But I'm gonna assume with your caps lock loving ass, you're here for not good reasons. And to say nobody, that's pretty presumptuous. What everybody else can. Oh, fuck you. God. Like curiosity, there are billions of you, and there's also just a hive of you that do that under about 9 billion. Hey, you know what's gonna happen, right? I'm over you. You got your 2 seconds. Alright. So anyway, the thing is, right? I'm not even addressing you trying to say Andy and Ernie. I'm not even going to a gamer. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Don't even go there. You want some clip shit about something that y'all can twist? Don't even. Don't. See, this is the listening responses. I can be like, what do you mean, Andy and Ernie? And they can take it like I mean Ernest fucking shit. I obviously do not. You know, they're twisting shit right now where they've heard me talking about my cat over here. And then, come the hell on with these fucking douchebag bullshits. Would you? Over it. So anyway. I just want to know. And you should too. You should be curious as to why it's threatening Thomas Zig while she watches Pete. Or even hangs around chasing her, Jenny and Adrian, who are quite goddamn responsible for some of the insane fuckery, twisting, and fucked up shit's coming in and around and all the shit. And so I have questions. But yeah, she's over here vague threatening Fred and Ziggy with lowering their subs, I guess, and money. Well, she builds her own on Fred and Ziggy and everybody else. Right?
And therefore you think that he's involved. And then you guys are making all these stories up about Knoxville and Dawn and these whores.
Oh,
It does play a big part. That is just an assumption.
And we're going to listen to this again because notice the first thing she really starts with is Andy. No, Andy can't be responsible. Oh God, Andy can't be on the road. He's not on the fucking road. But where it leads in just a few seconds, with the thread in between it, Ziggy and Fred, right? And then it goes to...
I've seen glimpses of Fred lately, and all I see is pure and have to hold accountability. And I don't want to hurt Fred. I don't want to hurt Ziggy. Okay, they're human beings. But there comes a time when you have to hold accountability. And it just seems like those two people in particular can do no wrong. And they both have done a lot of wrong. And it keeps going every day. Her views are down. Her subs are down. I don't.
They've done a lot wrong, but this one, when she thinks she's. Look, she come back here after June 15th, whatever, with hit pieces towards me in the mouth surgery. Totally wrong. Had to do it for no good reason. But then, after she retired and then come back, it's been this, oh, I'm an anti. She wants you to believe that entire swap of personality and thought processes in just a couple months, period. But then this fake shit.
Want to make content to put Fred in a bad light, to point fingers at Fred. I've seen glimpses of Fred lately, and all I see is pure emptiness, sadness. I don't know. Maybe it's a part of his recovery. You know, he should be out doing something. That's what he's used to doing. He's used to being outside and working on cars. And I don't think he's getting that time now. You know, he's not enjoying life. That is just an assumption. I would just like I would like for him to realize that he is wrong about June 15th. He did not see Andy. And that really does play a big part in Summer's case, because a lot of you think that Andy was on that road at a time where he wasn't. And then therefore you think that he's involved. And then you guys are making all these stories up about Knoxville and Dawn and these whores. And it has nothing to do with Summer. And it doesn't help that I've never heard it. Whatever Jody Sue said about Andy being with prostitutes, it doesn't help the fact people think now that, you know, he has something to do with Summer and trafficking.
My God, Chasing 2.0. Talk about some misinformation, twisted, dumb bitchness that you seem to be licking monsters' cock and balls with while shitting on Fred and me and falsely putting out shit, attributing it to me because you're a dumb bitch and you were doing the hive's work. Now, how dare you say that I'm lying about the fucking prostitutes, Andy, because I assure you, and see, you've got several things twisted around because they suit your and hives needs. That motherfucker, while working at one job and others, was absolutely banging some bitches in parking lots while he was out doing the driving thing, whatever. Asking motherfuckers over text he didn't even know for hand jobs. Caught him at it. Dead to rights, okay? Condoms in the car, KY, blah, blah. Right? Home night. Alright? That's an entirely different situation. Began long before summer vanished. Has nothing to do with summer. Okay? And then what you're also, here in a second, you'll see getting, and that you say you didn't even hear it, but you're just gonna run with it? Oh, bullshit. Somebody's fed you the two things to line together. You lying fucking bitch. Looks like it's cleansing Andy's ball sack, is what it looks like. While pretending once again a monster. I've said these things. Here's the thing. One thing, totally legit. The other, you're getting ready to say a community post I put out of a screenshot. Okay? And that is about a person known to the community and otherwise, and a monster, showing up at a job with women in the vehicle. Now, I know that you all decided that that must mean that I was implying Monster XYZ, those women. No, nor did I ever imply this case. I mean, like, it wasn't even like that. That was honestly, at the time, I was looking for some certain answers, right? And I was hoping the posting that screenshot would get Monster to think of certain things. And then maybe give those to Ellie or otherwise. But then I'm pretty glad he never quite understood, if he ever even seen it post, realized that he's obviously not come to conclusions or had the thinking. Instead, he can only think, oh, she's targeting me. She's trying to make me look like. No, when the coast that post. Not in least. You all took it and ran from it from your level of comprehension. And you didn't know what was truly going on. You still do not with that post. And you twisted it together with real shit where he's really banging fucking whores. Just like the whore he's got now. He's known to bang whores and cheat. It's also what abusers and monsters do, just like Don. They go, I can show you a million messages from Candace herself talking about him being with whores and going to see whores. And also him cheating at the house with several locally. It's true. Don, much like Monster, and abusers like that, often have addictive personalities. You have sexual deviancy. All this with those types of fucking abusers and monsters. It's what the fuck they do, you dumb bitch. Get a detective license. Quit coming here and finding all the wrong fucking strip clubs. How about that? Oh, but you're pumping that misinformation out, right? Because you's a dumb hoe. And you're up to some fuck shit. Once again, probably wanting Monster to believe shit that we've said or implied, but I mean, we never did, just like Chasing did. You know, your little buddy that you're in 6. Yeah. We ain't having this. I ain't having this. Y'all feed that one, piss it off, do some good riling up. Just is what it is. But, no, wrong. But I find it weird what you're doing, and that you left from Fred to this shit. Well, Jody, you put this out, and you don't help what the world thinks about him. Look here, you dumb cunt. The motherfucker is a monster. He's attempted to murder I and the children. He has costed me fucking surgeries. He beat me in the goddamn throat where he knew cystic masses were the night before ICU, knowing he could rupture them and that would be real fucking bad. And then I had to go into surgery the next morning where things had magically changed overnight and be told I was going to be muted for the rest of my life. Right? Can't imagine he might have played a role in that and be like, well, doctor, I ran into sticks yesterday on 4-wheeler. Oh, right? This dude has beat children, women. He harms animals, elderly, the sick. It's aid me. He comes from a long line of rotten fucking apples. Okay? This motherfucker is not a joke, though his little changed angelic personality, because he can't commit. He's even abused Whore 5000 in front of y'all. It's abuse when a dude sits beside the new chick wearing the old chick's clothing, and the other one just dormant thinks it's funny. But now he's found one he wanted to know his own arm off to get away from, but she tolerates the drug use and the fuck shit and the bullshit. But trusts him so little, she's always got her device. She'd accuse me of, but I would have been killed for. So anyway, yeah, I don't think posts or me saying he banged whores is what makes him look real bad, or him coming on live and even having to make those we only seen on holidays, and after he manipulated and triangulated his way in to get claws into one of the other children around here or witnesses for this group and shit after he come into contact knew there's money in play. I don't, when he had to come on and be like, oh, where her forehead split to the actual bone and all that, and she's pouring blood, or the photos of all her breasts being rock hard instantly, and it took her months for all that bruising and smoking done, where she could then have the surgeries and on. That ain't the worst I've ever done to her. Bro, I think the least of his fucking problems is a fucking... the pictures are here. So what kind of narrative are you trying to go with, homie? He's already abusing Whore 5000 out front. Everything he's done since the day he met her, manipulating over her, lying to her. His family, his parents especially do the same. They're notorious for it. Got all the good stuff to prove all of it, including court records. It's what they do. And they do it well together. They're all child abusers. They're all abusers of one variety or another. The boy is a fucking monster. The least to his problems is a community post up where had nothing to do with him actually having anything to do with that. Right? It was me seeking answers and his brain to jiggle loose something. But see, all he's ever fed by you dumb son of a bitches like chasing off is these twisted shit you all do to set him off and rile him up real good so him and Becca do their thing, and then they make the monies and they believe all their own shit because he don't listen. He don't know that I was the first there being like, that motherfucker went on the road. He ain't done nothing this summer. Instead, he believes all this fuck shit, that you all have twisted just like you've done to family and others around us when you've inserted in around them and fed them bullshit. And just like you've done to the public. This right here is goddamn garbage. Now that monster and what he is capable of and does, and he'll be good. He'll be real heckin' good, and it'll look like he's catering to you and all that until eyes go away, and he can hide for a couple years at a time. Hell, he did even without any kids there for a few years. It's like the other night. There was maybe a conversation that was had. People are like, oh, I think he might have changed. Bitch, he ain't changed. All you gotta do is stop and think of what he's done throughout all this. He's kept as close as he can to keep lines and ears on us so he can feed it back out to the group for money. He's latched claws into others, recorded them, put it out online, further abusing and violating trust and everything else. He's targeted the other child. He's had every creator known man because he's pissed off the littlest. Call her a murderer, do fuck shit, make fun of him. He stood there and not defended him, but has defended children that aren't even his fucking own. All that, right? He's stolen from and he's made money from the torment of these children with his group that then went to Ben Hill and got the golden ticket. Sure, even he let that bitch last go around. put up posts implying Little was a murderer. He's had Bella and all them who visited, down there do the same with Days/Dino and all the rest. And he made no qualms about it. Or as they went around doing the Boogeyman or the Booger or the Chattanooga. And he even stood up around a panel and tried to sell it shit to my sibling with they're just protecting her name. Bullshit. They all knew it was made up shit to hit at them, terrorize them, And he's done it. He's advertised the channels that tore down Little's lists at Christmas. While him and Whorebag 3000 made money for their dope and their bullshit and got the camera, and everybody's just fine with it. Y'all are awful shit. And that includes your buddies. Curiosity. Chasing, Jenny, Adrian, etc. had hands and all that shit with half of their goddamn group that went to both properties and everything else. And come back with the hitting on the screen shit, right, and all that.
You guys, long for.
I don't, this dude using his realm and pinning, chasing Jenny, Adrian, chicken on a stick, /Athey, and the rest to get up to fuck shit with courts, tamper with judges, law enforcement, orders, custody, all this shit, so they can get their hands on Little. Bro, shit, they've accused people, and hell no. You want to talk about wrong? Hell no. And so he doesn't get caught up in it, much like Fred getting caught up in the shit he's done with before these groups or got wound up in. They're afraid they're going to get caught in. With all their lies, twisting, the shit they've done to tamper with, maybe not knowingly at first, but it's like you can visibly see the evidence of Monster and Stahl becoming aware that shit got twisted by these bitches, chasing Jenny. And then he's being punished by not making money. So he knew. And then he continued, and they had one thing to cover after the next thing to cover after the next tragedy Buddy wound up with Monster and Whorebag doing all the fuck shit to cover in court and otherwise to not get caught. Same is probably true with Fred and others. Because of the level of insertion, lies, manipulation of your YouTube buddies you're hanging out with. And the criminal shit they've all been doing. Yeah. It's fine, right? Talk about levels of destruction and bullshit and criminal shit. And you just want to be able to call them Ziggy and Fred. Vague fucking threatening. It seems like chasing at the same time. The fuck is this shit? And you want to say that you're here to not do misinformation, and you say you've not seen it, and that I did something. No, ma'am, you're wrong. That true fucking monster out there is a true fucking monster. Okay? Those types of monsters have certain proclivities. They have certain patterns, behaviors similar to one another. You know what I mean? That does not in any way mean he's responsible for some of them, and I've always said that. But are y'all gonna repeat that? No. Instead, every piece you do is gonna be, Jody Sue's trying to make him look away. Jody Sue's trying to make him look guilty. No, I ain't, nor have I ever been trying to do any such thing. Otherwise, I'd never come out here with receipts. I wouldn't have been like, hey, there's evidence that some bitch went on the road. Hey, he wouldn't do anything this summer. But y'all never do that. Y'all make it like you're his heroes and protectors and your whatever. Now, if I can want this motherfucker just held accountable for the shit he's done to me and his children and everybody else for our entire lives. But still get up here and defend the son of a bitch where, truth and fact matter. But you motherfuckers can't get on here and tell the goddamn truth and be like, well, it's weird. This bitch is he's a monster, but also went on the road. No, her and Little did not say that about Monster. No, Chasing did twist that shit, even after clarification. God forbid Jody CV is a big girl word. You know, all the shit. Right? But you gotta keep it look like, and I ain't never tried to make that motherfucker look guilty of anything to do with Summer, ever. The opposite is actually fucking true. But y'all just keep on with this shit. When y'all are the ones that pumped out the bullshit and spread it and did whatever, from the Jennies, the Adrians, the Chasings, the Spin Effect, the PGs, to whoever else's, the team and the base. Because the first story is being built and the first narratives wanted were to go with PG speech writing. And now y'all gotta make everyone, including Monster, believe that all that shit came from when it didn't. And it never has. It's you son of a bitches that built that shit. I called him out for what the fuck he done, because you laid the shit, the right shit at the right people. Not the wrong shit. It's you some bitches that have done it all. Right? With whatever we put out. DV or not. Right? First it was, oh gosh, she's terrible, he's an abuser, we're advocates, we're against TV. Now y'all like, ooh, can we lick your butthole deeper? You know what I mean? The dude is a fucking monster, man. I don't care how long he plays like he ain't, how long you clean and button him up like you have fucking Dawn over there. You know, pretend it was all mutual there too. Yeah, y'all sick. Okay? And as a survivor of, along with my children, of domestic violence and abuse, the variety of it you all couldn't even imagine. I have a right to speak on it and about it for the remainder of our days. I wear the goddamn scars. I look at them every day. I feel them every day. And I will speak on it every day of my life if that's what helps other women and children out of the darkness. And stops this. Everything's a dip, herd, blah, 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 twist and spinning society bullshit. And gets real change going for that. You damn right. Because if I had to wear these scars, the least I can do with them is help others with them. So yeah, I'm gonna call it for what it is, where it is. But I've never intended to or tried to make that motherfucker look guilty of anything around Summers. Anything. That's the shit you fed, so it keeps it good and riled up. Right? Just like the lies you fed to, I swear to God, you some bitches fed to a family somewhere that I said they'd sold me into sex trafficking. You know how wild that is to hear? Mm-hmm. Weird shit. Fuck shit y'all said and done, and other neighbors and shit. You've tried to feed shit, saying I said it that I never said or implied. Never even talked about them, but you all go tell them that in your messenger or whatever when you're reaching out to them trying to work. Did you know so-and-so saying this about you? And it gets instant reactions, and the conversation started to where you all can then acquire those people under false means. It's manipulation. It's mind fuckery. It's emotional and mental fucking manipulation to acquire people. And it's basically how you all do this in each and every case between these social media realms, especially Facebook and YouTube. But either way, it's fucked up. See, you're gonna miss me with this shit, curiosity. And when you got the goddamn avatar filter balls to correct your goddamn self, make the distinction between the two things, and say the real shit, you let me know. Because here you are pumping out misinformation, defamation, etc., attributing several things, twisting them together to make people believe something, and then for you to say that the Knoxville shit or horse shit with Dawn's false. Who the fuck are you to say that? Were you like a Jenny and Adrian? Were you living on 110? Do you know all the things? Were you like the fucking fifth adopted child or something up there? What the fuck's your deal? Are you law enforcement, feds, one of the neighbors, community members? What is it? What I find even weirder, though, curiosity is this. Is you and another creator run with this Knoxville shit the same night. Now, this comes a little while after I and others in real life had certain conversations about said shit. Now, I just found that a little strange, even when y'all put out these pieces, and that I became aware that y'all were running with it only hours after I and someone else had spoken about certain. Then Janky Hip shunned Almighty over there pops up with certain posts. Oh, I'd feel to it. Line up, right? Oh. But that's okay. Maybe to get ahead of anything.
Enforcement said there's no sign of trafficking. Food.
I'm gonna rewind just a bit.
About June 15th, he did not see Andy. And that really does play a big part in Summer's case, because a lot of you think that Andy was on that road at a time where he wasn't. And then therefore you think that he's involved. And then you guys are making all these stories up about Knoxville and Dawn and these whores.
It's weird, isn't it? She hits it Fred and Ziggy. And then she's saying people are making stories up on Dawn and Andy and prostitutes' toys. It's weird if she's cleaning butthole for, ain't it? While threatening Ziggy and Fred. And
it has nothing to do with Summer. And it doesn't help that.
how do you know none of these little pieces somewhere have anything to do with Summer? Hmm? Are you Ellie, Feds, others? Know they all these things could potentially connect all the shit? Nope. Or that Don had a habit of taking certain children with him at certain ages and shit. Certain places. Man. Or did you just forget that? You weren't watching during any of that? You didn't live on Ben Hill or anything during any of that? I don't know, man. Weird. Strange.
I have never heard it.
It's weird you think Fred looks sus, right? Because of his drugs and all his bullshit up there and who he is. But you don't think anybody around Dawn and the drug shit and all the other crap could be sus? Or do you just need to clean the butthole of Dawn for the team? Or the butthole of Monster for the team? Which is it? Now, Monster is different, obviously, than the rest and whatever, but I'm just saying. What's the deal here? Y'all don't think about it too hard. Or it might start to make sense to you, and then you tune out of fucking creators like this.
whatever Jody Sue said about Andy being with prostitutes, it doesn't help the fact people think now that, he has something to do with Summer and trafficking.
I can't help people are stupid. Y'all are supposed to be goddamn detectives and advocates for him. When y'all put out pieces, you're supposed to be like, well, there's survivors of him that say he fits the patterns of behavior for certain types of abusers and things, and they all have similar flavors and strings no matter what. And that one of his is sexual deviancy and shit, and prostitutes or whores or sexual deviancy, it is just whatever, but it's unrelated to Summer. See, that's the responsible thing. I can't help what the fuck y'all did with our words or the real domestic violence or the real shit he is. What you all made it to be versus what it is. You create it. And then you try to put off on someone else who is simply just a survivor of that and called it out for what it is while trying to help other women and children, while you all twisted and fucked with and did all things, and then you parade it around like it's goddamn Zeus or something, and the heckin' put upon and all bullshit. Can't help what the fuck you all did. Quit trying to lay that shit on everybody else. All y'all ever had was a survivor of domestic violence, or still trying to survive and fight, considering that things insertion still in and around our lives with you motherfuckers. The little helpers and butthole cleansers and such. But, yeah. And y'all targeted the shit out of a survivor fighter and the children of and everything else. And, hurt them even worse and helped their abuser abuse them through this realm and through you all. And it's real hard to own that, isn't it? Or you don't want the public to realize that. So as always, you always try to put it back on somebody else. And that you're doing it on the actual survivor and fighter of it's pretty goddamn sickening curiosity.
You guys, law enforcement said there's no sign of trafficking. What makes you think, with Summer's picture worldwide?
Okay, they've also said all possibilities are on the table, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Anyway, point is there are different varieties of all that. And look, no. And that you're getting ready to say that her picture's worldwide, blah, blah, blah. I just can't even with you, bro. And you're implying that just because Dawn banged fucking whores or Monster, then that means that it would have to be a trafficking situation or something. Are you fucking stupid or are you just doing this shit on purpose? I'm gonna go with the second.
On the news, with prostitutes, it doesn't help the fact people think now that, he has something to do with Summer and trafficking. You guys, law enforcement said there's no sign of trafficking. What makes you think, with Summer's picture worldwide on the news, in Tennessee, on social media, do you really think that someone had that little girl trafficking her in a hotel room?
Let me get this straight, okay. You, as a true crime fucking detective, not putting out misinformation. Are you trying to give the world the idea that there aren't other missing women and children on flyers and social media across the world who have been trafficked and are indeed stuck in some sort of situation where they're being sold or prostituted or while their flyers are up and social media and all that shit has their fucking picture? Is that what you're trying to make? Are you serious? And are you dumb enough to think trafficking is only that? Or have you not studied what trafficking is? Do you think trafficking always means someone's kept and sold and used in hotel rooms and shit? I guess you're talking about Don and his hotel room. I don't even want to talk about it, okay? But get this, that really does happen to other women and children. And others, LGBTQ, POC, indigenous women, etc. You know, y'all don't pay attention to here. Yeah, that does happen while their flyers are up. People that love them are looking for them. Billboards, social media, TV, news. Sure fucking does, you dumb bitch. But way to go. Maybe people watching you, that'll be the only way they ever think of it again, is they watch other missing and stuff. You know, will go missing or trafficked, and they're not looking for them because they don't think it's possible. If flyer billboards up, make that make sense. Oh God, there's a flyer billboard up, therefore nobody could actually be doing it. Anyway, that's not the point. I'm not saying that's what's happened this summer, but for you to think that's what you think Fred's sus, cause dope and all that shit, right? Well, wouldn't it imply the world that Dawn was in otherwise? That dope could indeed play places he was going or somebody pissed off. That it wouldn't have to be somebody. I mean, hell, that's a story and shit everybody's wanted to go with since the beginning, right? Even him with the hillbilly junkie come up here and took my daughter, you know, all that bullshit. Down dog trail. And shut the door politely behind him, right? It's weird, eh? But anyway, and Dawn said all that weird fuck shit. Now, I just, you'll think Fred's sus because of the dope and all the traffic coming in. You'll think something like that's what. But not the other way if it's got to do with Dawn. You can't make this shit compute. Other than this is something stupid. For no good reason. Alright? No, it does not. And I heard what Jake Paul did. Anyway. Thing is, do you know how much harm you're doing by saying shit like that to the public on your little fucking pissy channel? Telling them that women and children can't possibly end up in those situations, or LGBT, whoever, can't end up in those situations while billboards, flyers, media, social media attention's on them. Do you know what kind of harm you're doing? So that then fuck shits who watch fuck shits like you can then go and be like, oh, well, I don't think that's the little girl where I see in the flyer, the fucking billboard at this hotel room, or this truck stop, or wherever else being sold in a sketchy situation, because that one dumbass by the name of Curious, that's a real super detective on YouTube, says that, you know, trafficking victims, you know, no, not with their images everywhere, so let's just not call that in, okay? See how it fucking works? Or like when you just said and put shit off on the survivor and fighter of a DV and trying to twist some shit the fuck up. See how it works too in the anti-advocate territory? You're no good at this. Please take a seat. You're not the the misfit, and you're no advocate. You're up to some fuck shit though. It has a feel to it. Anyway, this shit.
No. No one says stupid. That would be way too risky. And then you'd have to go with the theory that she was abducted to even get her there. Okay, then what are you gonna say? You're gonna say no, Dawn, or...
And then you have to go through it. She got abducted to get there. No, that's not the only possibility either. Now, I'm not saying that's what's happened to her, but the only way in which to find yourself in trafficking situations, or for someone to end up in trafficked situations, is not by an abduction. Get this, even legal prostitution is form of trafficking. All these things are different. Oh my god, I can't reach this level of fucking stuff. I just fucking can't. How about, like, you went, I just can't. If you use a dumb bitch and you only think those who are kidnapped or abducted can find themselves trafficked, you know what? Can you just do that for me? Can you catch up, research, make yourself aware of that before you ever come on a video again and give that idea to the fucking public? Please. For fuck's sakes, do at least that much. We know you're not a good researcher, judging by your hit piece at the fucking strip club. We get it. But goddamn, this can keep people from being found or helped out of trafficking situations of all varieties. For fuck's sakes. Y'all, she's just here to correct misinformation and do the Lord's work. And to help real world. She needs input. I got input for you.
Kansas sold her. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. In a hotel room? No. No one says stupid. That would be way too risky. And then you'd have to go with the theory that she was abducted to even get her there. Okay, then what are you gonna say? You're gonna say no, Dawn or Kansas sold her. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Once again, how do you know that? Are you Ellie? Are you feds? Have you called them? They give you all the case files? What's the deal? Shit, if you got all the answers, let us all know. Because some of us are tormented daily, seeking them out still and trying to figure out shit still. And dealing with you motherfuckers motherfuckering still.
What I'm getting to is there's so much that's been put out there that I think these people forget that they say things, but you can go back and put it together and go, wait a minute, you said this and now you're lying. Or wait a minute, did you forget that you told the world this? ... With Cotton. You know, you guys are forgetting that Fred told you that Cotton told him these details.
But did he though? Curiosity, or were you not paying attention? I mean, he did eventually. But what were his first statements on it exactly? Hmm? Then how did those actually come to be? And from whom and where and what communications? Hmm? And I'm gonna bet that a couple local long-term player pick-me motherfuckers in touch with for tragedy pimps and AB and the McDonald's and others throughout the years, including Boswell's. Where fucker down in the background had roles in that as well, just like they still do. There's a level of something there, it's so funky. But yeah, eventually he did. Sure. Fred said a lot of things. He's named a lot of dead folks, horses, whatever. Yeah, I mean, Fred will pretty much just say whatever. Fred's Fred. But I'll tell you, some of your favorites, like Ryan and PG, are the ones playing in that cotton shit. Along with Jenny and Adrian, your buddies you're hanging out or six up with. Oh, they've been playing heavy in that shit last few months. And then it rears its head again lately. It has to do with some fuck shit on the ground here lately. Can't imagine why you're bringing that up. You trying to cleanse everything at once? You just here to clear up the misinformation.
He's telling Ryan, if you go where I tell you to go, you won't be in danger. What are you talking about, Fred? You should not know anything. So where is it you're wanting Ryan to search? Then you got Jody Sue the other night when she was going up.
Huh. And Fred was. When Ryan, your buddy, and Jenny and Adrian's built buddy, and remember Ziggy helped build Ryan Curiosity, just like Deception, and Cher and PG did as well. You remember that. Okay? So it's weird you stumped Ryan, but Fred did want Ryan to access certain places when Rockin' and him got up there on 125 after the golden ticket of shit and all this other stuff, doing hit piece, you know, and the garbage pieces around my family's graves and thing, all that shit like normal. To play with Monster, you've got to target us and to fuck with us. So anyway, yep. But looks like Monster wouldn't let it happen. You can see it in a clip where Ryan's like, over there, and Monster's like, no. So it's real weird, you know. But either way, yeah, but you see, Fred's doing nothing more than wanting places for others that have he's played with. It's a fucked situation, and that includes all your buddies, insertion levels, lies, misinformation, targeting, script writing, bullshit. You see, and man, if you're me and you have all the beautiful recordings putting your buddy like Ryan in Prayer Garden dead at the center and responsibility of the fuck shit around certain shit that's even, you know, on the ground right us and creating real danger and harm and all the shit with caught and everything else. Boy, you wouldn't be cleansing as hard as you are. And remember your boy Ryan and that sector of the team we're using everybody's chirps in jail around Fred at the time to get certain shit. And Fred slipped a couple times on those calls. Everything was Ziggy. And you could tell he'd already had contact with it, and all of a sudden he became psychic with the barrels and all that shit, and had outed and oopsie slip, and nobody caught it. That creators in the background, those would be telling him what to say and do, what was getting ready to happen, who was going to visit, blah, 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 before he'd come on those lives, or giving him the hints of, right? And your buddy Ryan's one of them. You know, with the Laurel Run shit, and the barrel shit, and this shit, and that shit, when they did all that shit around here. Weird shit, that, eh? Remember, Jenny and Adrian been right up that motherfucker's asshole. You know, since the beginning. And he wasn't new here, he just didn't come on the scene. He's been here the whole time, all the years. Him and the wifey. And then that he became the handler of Monster, because it was getting real weird for everybody. With Jenny and Adrian always following him around, cleaning everything, you know, openly. So they had to pass him off a little bit, but still the same thing. Anyway. So weird, the level of tampering. Oh, yeah. And the people you hang out with been doing. And still doing, because shit's still happening around here as far as I can tell. Yeah. And that does have Fred and Ziggy involved in it, too, of course. And so many others right back here to your precious little buddy tragedy films.
Over my video, and I'm not going to respond to it. Because you said this, and now you're lying. Or wait a minute, did you forget that you told...
Clap cheek. There'd be 0 drugs in my system. I have recent blood work, you gonna say it? That's what I thought. Y'all gonna stop the fucking nonsense eventually. Wow, I've only seen it 4 billion times.
The world this... ... with cotton. You know, you guys are forgetting that Fred told you that Cotton told him these details. He's telling Ryan, if you go where I tell you to go, you won't be in danger. What are you talking about, Fred? You should not know anything. So where is it you're wanting Ryan to search? Then you got Jody Sue the other night.
God, you're just like the rest. Fred and Jody Sue, Fred and Jody Sue, Judge Wapner at 5, Judge Wapner at 5. Then you got Jody Sue the other night. She hurt my face.
When she was going over my video, and I'm not going to respond to it.
And she's not going to respond to it. Bitch, I never asked you to. I don't care if you did. I ain't here for you or for your back and forth, and I don't normally play this tape. But you're up to some shit, and I'm calling the fuck out. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. You've been up to some fuck shit. Okay? I'm calling the fuck out. You want to keep doing it? I'm going to keep calling the fuck out. I don't give a fuck about your response. Otherwise, matter of fact, I'm talking about 600 videos the eclipse to make me look some type of way, or like a liar, or like I'm not credible, whatever the fuck you want to do, because that's what you're getting ready to do, and that's what you've done throughout this video, because you up in your little fee somewhere behind that fucking fake face you wear. Yeah, coward. Anyway, because you ain't here under your real name or real anything, are you? Because you don't want people inserting your real life or taking you to civil court or anything else, do ya? Yeah, it's right. Anyway, it's okay. Some of us have all this shit.
Because you double down, Jody. You double down.
Because you doubled down. I'm not going to address it, but you doubled down. You doubled down, Jody. Yeah, I'll triple down and quadruple down on it. You're a dumb bitch. Up to fuck shit. 4 and with this hive till hell freezes over until you fucking stop it. And stop fuck with me. Stop lying. Stop bullshitting and quit twisting some fuck shit. 3 pieces around to where you can be like, the moistures both taste good and Jody too heckin' bad. And she's making him look shush. No, I'm not. Shut the fuck up. Stop it. You're awful. Anyway, but she's not gonna dress it. She's gonna dress it. I double down.
You said things all the time about these cameras, these trail cameras, and then TBI comes on, and they're still looking for vehicles that came in. He's telling Ryan,
Hold on, I need to order some of this shit.
if you go where I tell you to go, you won't be in danger. What are you talking about, Fred? You should not know anything. So where is it you're wanting Ryan to search? Then you've got Jody Sue the other night when she was going over my video, and I'm not going to respond to it. Because you double down, Jody. You double down. You said things all the time about these cameras, these trail cameras, and then TBI comes on, and they're still looking for vehicles that came in the area. And whatever you tried saying, I was...
Where the fuck that come from? Just what? Get me to like barf up all the camera locations, or you under the impression they're all trail cameras? Or you want to know who all has what or when or where for the team, for the hive, for the main builders and weavers? So everybody can, no, ain't gonna happen. And you know, they're asking for that red truck as a witness. Dumbass. And who knows? I mean, doesn't mean they don't have other vehicles on cameras that might be responsible for. Because they're not looking for a red truck as a perp, are they? Now we don't know that. Generally, they'll say it's try to get somebody to come forward, even if they are the perp. They'll say witness, man, he can go anyway. But the thing is, they've only ever called the person in the red truck a witness. Alright? So if you're going to take everything at face value and you say the red truck is being sought for as a witness, that could mean there's other vehicles on cameras that are responsible. Maybe that's what the red truck and the witness is needed for, to verify certain things elsewhere. Or maybe they were on cameras. There's your level of comprehension and understanding that one. And then again, maybe the red truck is a park. And maybe they are on cameras. Maybe they're just trying to verify something. You don't know. None of us really know. Now you can watch the reactions of certain assholes about the red truck from the beginning, doing weird fuck shit like trying to eliminate it or make it look sus, like Candace and Dawn. Or when Chasing got up there and tried to make it like it had been found with Cher and Dawn. On the whole, oh, the center hunting truck, and yeah, that happened on the 15th right at the end of Dawn's driveway. Weird, twisty shit that. Or Robin being like, I mark out all the fucking flyers because my husband owns a red truck. But this round has done one hell of a job going, Mom, Jody Sue's mom has a red truck. Remember they had Fred come out with that? Remember that? And then they gave my mom a heart attack with it. But if you ever see this truck, you know, letter X never on it. That truck was immediately vetted. I was the first one to tell Ellie it was on last dates. It was in the road. And it was pretty goddamn distinguishable. And anybody seeing it would have been like, it has a specialty tag. It's got glitter all over it. Fucking stickers, all of the ass, you mean. And, yeah. So it's been vetted. Dumb bitch. But anyway, it's the only one they could ever concentrate on, right? Because it behooved them. Not Robin's husband's, not anybody else's. I think even Tim on one. I mean, they went for Dobbs' red truck for a while, but not much, you know. Falsely went for a certain uncle, you know, these other things over, you know, because there was a former one. They went for one that had been torn up for years and hauled out of Ben Hill years prior to Summerbash. They went to a fucking giant-ass Dodge next to it. Clearly was not, and had a police tent set up beside of it for weeks. I'm sure they didn't notice that to the public and you idiot YouTubers who's still going with that fuck shit. You know, but either way, it boils down to fuck you after here. And why? And what this been like, seriously?
I can't even repeat it. You won't be in danger. What are you talking about, Fred? You should not know anything. So where is it you're wanting Ryan to search? Then you got Jody Sue the other night when she was going over my video, and I'm not going to respond to it.
Well, she is.
Because you double down, Jody. You double down. You said things all the time about these cameras, these trail cameras, and then TBI comes on, and they're still looking.
And homie, I ain't the one that goes on all the time about the cameras or this and that'd be fucking Fred and Ziggy. And all of you all in the hive. And the only way in which I've ever really said anything about camera. See, this is another your misinformation campaign here. Get somebody you know and your fee-fees about. The hive really wants discredited during this time. Has feel to it, homie. And anyway. Why are you putting out the idea that I'm the one always talking about the cameras? No, I ain't. I've always railed against the camera locations being known, outed, put out, this, that, and the other. Right? Oh, the group didn't like that because all of you, all your buddies, wanted that known in the public. It's why they did what they did with Monster's stupid ass, who was stupid enough to give certain ones, and Fred and them, right? I ain't that stupid. It was important to Summer's case still is that they not be known, and who's got what and where. It's stupid that you all want to out them, or even put them on, or keep saying shit about them. But you keep doing it. Really, the only way in which I ever talk about him is Fred slinking around him. Now that all that shit's out there, and he's put locations up, slinking around him, testing them, like he did here on the ground, and others did. While he was here doing Ziggy and the Tragedy Pimps work, and shit was inserted in and around his king, and all the shit to do with all your buddies. So I figured at that point, at least known ones, because of you all, Tragedy Pimps, Monsters dumbass, Fred's dumbass, it was fine to be like, well, Fred's the one doing fuck shit around certain ones. The ones known, you know. And? But otherwise, no. No. You don't see my ass out here out in the locations over people with or anything else. So quit giving the public idea that I'm the one always talking about the cameras. Or this and the other. And I love how you assume they're all trails or whatever. I do love that. I guess you got the information from Fred. Oh, but wait. Fred ain't doing y'all no good. Shit, you just watching, you just taking what you want to from Fred. Using it for your content. See how it works, curiosity? But quit giving the idea that I'm the one talking about it. I've always been anti-against. I even went in one chat that night. I was like, please don't give the location again. That's what they're after. That's what they've asked me about. I won't give it up. Blah, blah, blah. Please don't. They all did anyway. Because y'all just felt you had known. You didn't care if it alerted people to certain things they could have been featured on, allowed them to get lies ready or ways to get around being caught badly or otherwise. And to get justice for someone very early on. You didn't care. You didn't give a flying fuck. Just like Fred Monster. But please stop giving the public misinformation that I'm always the one supposedly talking about the cameras. See? You are not here about clarifying. You're here about some shit, but it ain't the right shit. See? This is how this works. Stop it.
For vehicles that came in the area. You should not know anything.
Back it up.
He's telling Ryan, if you go where I tell you to go, you won't be in danger. What are you talking about, Fred? You should not know anything. So where is it you're wanting Ryan to search? Then you got Jody Sue the other night when she was going over my video, and I'm not going to respond to it. Because...
And I can't figure out why she leads off the camera shit. Other than manipulation tool to try to elicit certain responses and shit. Because the reason for calling it that video is what she was doing in it by written word. And she knows exactly what the fuck I mean and what she was up to, and it has to go back to Ryan and others and bullshit. Oh my. And that it was entirely irresponsible. And very targeting. And acquisitions type shit. Didn't make a lick of sense to be doing. She knows what the fuck I mean.
You double down, Jody. You double down. You said things all the time about these cameras, these trail cameras, and then TBI comes on.
And that wasn't what I doubled down on or anything. It was calling you out for your fuck shit. And you know exactly what fuck shit's in that video. But you're gonna try to make it like maybe it was about something else other than what it clearly was.
on. And they're still looking for vehicles that came in the area. And whatever you tried saying, I can't even repeat it. I forget it. I'm sorry. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, attention to this will make more eyes for you on the video. And I love how you fuck with some of the audio there and slow down and you play a clip and oh gosh, you really are no different than the rest. Anyway, so she plays me. Yeah, you really want it on. And it ain't because Fred's lying about cars, honey. We all know that. You know that. You've done enough stupid videos on it. So is everybody else. What you really want us on is that last part. And then I was calling her out because what she really wanted eyes on the video on was about the last part and shit in written word. That was entirely responsible in playing with this group and getting up to fuck shit. She knows exactly what the fuck I meant. She knows what I mean now. But here's this. I don't even know what she said. I forget. Couldn't even understand her. Oh gosh. Her speech. Oh gosh. Here we go with that again. Fuck you. You're fucking around and finding out what somebody else's life. And they're family and community member for someone entering this life. So good about that right now.
I wasn't putting anybody's business out there. I only played clips of what was said by someone else.
So she uses my face and my name in order to do clickbaity bullshit. To get. I sound extra slowed down a little bit here. Cause I don't normally talk in this tone and what you doing back there, Curiosity? Get views up to advertise for her own self in the video player. And listen to it again. So now it suddenly does alter speed. Good about that right now.
I wasn't putting anybody's business out there. I only played clips of what was said by someone else.
So she uses my face and my name in order to do clickbaity bullshit to get views up to advertise for her own self in the video player. Which, by the way, says she's putting out shit not on the public and shouldn't be on me, because that's irresponsible, wouldn't you say? Cursed. Oh, imagine why you're doing that. Grinds of her doing fuck shit and certain things look like they could be targeting certain folks around certain shit that people have gotten into that, yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird for me. But y'all go on ahead now. It's weird. I wonder what potentially if I'm gonna. Nah, it's okay.
But what you said, you know I listened to you. So why did you say when Fred came into the holler?
But you know I listened to you. So why did you say when Fred? Now you want something from me?
Was Laura with him in the truck? Why'd you say that?
Hey, I wonder if when he passed by me that night, will I hook up? Well, my God, the audio from the same fucking live stream suddenly doesn't sound the same, and it is very original sounding as opposed to the piece where I was talking shit about you and you wanted to make me seem slower and intoxicated and mush mouthed more than I was. But suddenly, when it's something you want to know and you just want whatever, oh, look, you can play the audio of me like it actually was. Isn't that fucking amazing? See, you don't have to push your opinion and whatever on other people, right? Curiosity, you just gotta take clips and do fuck shit with them. Put out the audio and the shit that makes the eyes, and then people to just carry on and formulate ideas they think are their own. That's how manipulation works, homie. An idea that I'm not understandable, but by God, this next piece you play me just fine and perfectly understand. It's weird what you all do. It's not. But weird how you go from this. Certain things look like they could be targeting certain folks around certain shit that people have gotten into. That, I don't know. It seems like you've tripled or quadrupled down, because that's all this vid is, too. More fucking a little people. Weird for me. But y'all go on ahead now. Yeah.
But what you said, you know I listened to you. So why did you say when Fred came into the holler, was Laura with him in the truck? Why'd you say that?
I wonder if... And actually was PG's. PG went with some shit too that night, didn't she? Weirdly enough, correlating with some things being talked about here. Between 9 others right before that. And that Shundo Mighty over there also. It was a strange series of events, wasn't it? When he passed by me that night, well, I felt up here, and he was literally like, David running over my toes. I was like, whoa, Fred, I'll move the cars up for you. You can get the cover. Well, he had the bike bringing it, which makes no sense to think about it. But I wonder if Laura was with him in the truck. Yeah, I wonder what if I reverse this. And then I'll slow down the speed if it matches the other ones. Oh, let's see. That's the first baby bullshit. To get views up to advertise for her own self in the video player. Oh, wait. Okay, might be me. I don't point something. Which, by the way, says she's putting out shit not known to the public and shouldn't be on. I mean, because that's real responsible, wouldn't you say? Cursed. Alright. Oh, imagine why you're doing that. Brian's over doing it.
You know I listened to you. So why did you say when...
See, I am wrong. A little bit.
Was Laura with him?
Imagine why you're doing that. Brian's over doing fuck shit and certain things look like they could be targeting certain folks around certain shit that people... Okay, I may have had my cell phone point somewhere. See? Self-correction. But we're gonna see.
I was like, whoa, Fred, I'll move the cars up for you. You can get the tow. When he had the bike, bring it.
Okay, so you speed this one up. So the last one's on me, but you sped this one up.
Which makes no sense to think about it. But I wonder if Laura was with him in the truck.
So wait a minute. Why is this one sped the fuck up? And the last one done the other way. Why did you take 2 pieces from my live stream and you did one thing with another and you sped the other up? That's the point in that. It's the same diff.
Was Laura with him? Because that's what you made it sound like. You made it sound like
Things look like they could be targeting certain folk in order when you're fucking around and finding out what somebody else is lying.
and then TBI comes on, and they're still
Okay. I'm gonna rewind this a little bit.
looking for vehicles that came in the area. And whatever you tried saying, I can't even repeat it. I forget it. I'm sorry. It was ridiculous.
You ain't attention for this so many more eyes for you on the video you really wanted on. And it ain't because Fred's lying about cars, honey. We all know that. You know that. You've done enough stupid videos on it. So is everybody else. What you really want eyes on is that last part. Where you're fucking around and finding out what somebody else's life. And their family and community member for someone entering this life. So good about that right now.
I wasn't putting anybody's business out there. I only played clips of what was said by someone else.
So she uses my face and my name in order to do clickbaity bullshit and to get views up to advertise for her own self in the video player. Which, by the way, says she's putting out shit not known to the public and shouldn't be on. I mean, because that's for a responsible, wouldn't you say? Cursed. Oh, imagine why you're doing that. Grinds of her doing fuck shit and look like they could be targeting certain folks around certain shit that people have gotten into. That, I don't know. It's a little weird for me. But y'all going ahead now. You know.
But what you said, you know I listened to you. So why did you say when Fred came into the holler?
So what you said, you know, listen to you. So why'd you say, look here, you freak show? Just because you watch me, or you listen, or you watch, whatever the fuck. Are you acting like I'm like, bro? That then means whatever I say. It's somehow intended for you. Are you okay? Because if you think that, like, Shay, CZ, the rest think that, I advise you call a 1-800 number. Talk to your families and loved ones about it. Seek help. You're too invested. And you're strange. Or because I say something, you think that then that means you're entitled to further answers to. You know, no, you're not. You know I watch you, so why'd you say this? Dude, that's freaky shit.
Was Laura?
I mean, listen to that weird chicken. Straight got that Shay CZ. Wait for a reaction, wait for this. She said it, so it must be meant for me. And what's the green dot in the sky? Says Nature Liver, whoever that one was with Scott H. What's in the photo? There's a back card. Y'all fucking weird.
Yeah.
But what you said, you know I listened to you. So why did you say when Fred came into the holler, was Laura with him in the truck?
And do you think I said that for you? Or something to do with you? Right? Like, I mean, other than the fact that y'all asking on the wrong shit, like, maybe I was just speaking.
Okay. Why'd you say that?
Hey, I wonder if when he
Did you?
Maybe instead of you concentrating on the same garbage you pump out over and over and over and again in repetitive fashion, what I mean is maybe see you all doing that. It's all you all can do. And you do it for reasons, right? Fred hauled a car at 5. Fred hauled a car at 5. No, he didn't at 5. No, he didn't at 5. No, he didn't at 5. Fred hauled a car. No, he didn't. You know, camera that, whatever that, at 5. Judge Wapner at 5. Right? Maybe I'm pointing out the difference again between all of us and you motherfucking nobodies behind fake ass faces. And that we were in there and lived in there and were there in real time. And then maybe sometimes there's better things that should be asked. But we're the only ones that know some of these things in ways, right? And even those things will still be from our perspective, our point of view, and there'll be other things that go with them, and it doesn't mean everything's a thing, right? It doesn't. But like all things we see, you'll latch onto them real quick and spin the fuck out of them, or y'all want more and more and more. Or like you just did. You know I watch you. Why'd you say that? I need more. I need more. I'm entitled to more. No, you aren't. Fuck you. Y'all figure it out, you goddamn super detectives. Was Laura in the truck with Fred when he passed that night? No, I guess you had to live there. Guess you had to be a real fucking witness to shit. No real shit, wouldn't you? But you aren't, you don't. You can't detective it without. And you still can't detective it, even if one of us around here sat down and gave you all everything we fucking know, seen, witnessed, heard, all the things. I guarantee you, not a goddamn one of you would detective anything. You get up to fuck shit with it. You'd narrate it, you'd content it, you'd twist it, you'd cleanse it, you'd help the goddamn monsters, you'd go find a fucking perpetrator or perpetrators, go help them wiggle out of it, go make a documentary the fuck on it, you'd hide them, you'd help them cover up, you'd do whatever the fuck it took. But you wouldn't do a goddamn bit of right with it. But by God, you always feel like you just have to have it. And it ain't for the Lord's work or Son's work. It's for fuck shit. And you all can only, it's like, it doesn't matter what any of us say. Okay? It's like you after your pilgrimage going, I had it all wrong all these years. I've been pumping out bullshit and accusing people and thinking people were sus because hell, I even thought the doors were wrong in the perspective. You can't see the house, and oh my god, right? People just like you that come back every time doing that fuck shit. And then you had it all wrong, yeah. And then knowing how fuss right, and we've been trying to tell you the whole time, all these years. But you didn't sleep fucking wrong. Instead, you kept slamming at us because of your wrong ass perspective or take on, or your comprehension skills, or your understanding of what we were saying or implying, or whatever the fuck, right? And that's what it'll always be. You all will take anything any of us say, and you will twist it. You can only reach it at your level of comprehension or what you know from Google or YouTube or Creator or this, that, and the other, and then try to make it fit whatever fuck up here. And for your viewers, right, your watchers, as you watch us to make your content so they watch you. While you use everything we say based on whatever reason it is, do whatever you fuck shits do. Intentional and otherwise, to fuck up shit, fuck around with shit, and pump it out. We all may be double-edged swords, but you people are creators. And you do indeed do that. So no, I'm not going to give you clarification. I'm not going to give you an answer. I guess y'all should have lived in there. Been real to the situation. Now, maybe monster liar and monster liar and monster liar and monster liar and monster liar that y'all got yoked and chained will tell you something or tell you the truth or be real for once. But hell, how would you know? And what would it matter? I'm sure one of them for $5 will tell you something about something, even though one wasn't even present and the other one was 2 to 20 with, like, you couldn't even get a 10-penny nail up his ass while he was hauling the bike in well after dark. I don't know. Just ask them. Maybe Ziggy and Fred, after you've done so many pieces and threatened them and continuing to drop her subs and shit on her, maybe he'll give you an answer. See if you can believe it. Maybe Monstro, and oh wait, he what? Oh, it's. Maybe seeing, oh wait, they were busy at the time. Well, fuck. Story as old as time around here, several years old. Y'all got all the monsters and all the bullshit. What you got? Y'all keep them. Just one more example of we're real here. You're nobodies, and you wouldn't be asking these questions if you weren't. You inserted. You misinformed. You do whatever. Lies, bullshit, narratives, twisting, garbage, cleansing, playing with each other, patty caking each other's asses. I ain't here for all that. I don't give a fuck from big to small, man. Who I piss off, piss on. I don't give a fuck. I ain't here to make friends. Especially not of your ilk. Yeah. Either way. I'm sure y'all do whatever, just like this content, right? Without us, you wouldn't have it. And and some of us know anything you get. Y'all latch onto it that quick. And then it would only be spun. And then a bunch of idiots would run with whatever. But it's that quick. And then, once y'all done all the fuck shit with it, and you do fuck shit like you just did with prostitutes and all this shit, and you lay it back on people it didn't belong on. Right? And try to make it like y'all didn't do the shit, it was somewhere here did. But it was actually you all that twisted it into something it was never intended to be and wasn't from the beginning. Because it suited you all and your content needs. And whoever y'all wanted to make look whatever way at the time. Shining example of it.
Say, when Fred came into the holler, was Laura with him in the truck? Why'd you say that?
I don't know, so I could find a shining example.
Hey, I wonder if when he passed by me that night, well, after helicopter, and he was literally like, David running over my toes. I was like, whoa, Fred, I'll move the cars up for you. You can get the tow. When he had the bike bringing it, which makes no sense to think about it. But I wonder if Laura was with him in the truck.
Was Laura with him? Because that's what you made it sound like. You made it sound like Laura was not with him. So is that what we know now?
I asked the question. Maybe it wasn't intended for you. Maybe it's just whatever, but I know. Just a question. He passed by. Was Laura in the truck? But was she in the truck? Was she? Because you made it sound like. So is that what we're to believe now? She wasn't in the truck? I guess you just make it where the fuck you want to. I don't know. Go see a monster and Hobag 5000 or Fred or Laura or any of their company or C&D or any of the rest want to tell you your makeup. Y'all go do that. Like I said, maybe Fred, you've been eating like Ziggy, you just threatened and then you did fuck shit to me and including the asshole, the abuser, and with the troop and all that. Been playing for months like your pro GSP and like I was gonna buy that arc and all that. I don't know, maybe somebody around here that you've not been fucking targeting the fuck out of fucking with will answer your question, but see, that's a fucked part. Essentially, what you have now is the people you've been fucking with hold those answers, and the rest don't. And, well, now what the fuck you gonna do? I guess you'll sit and wonder about it until courts and law enforcement and feds and real media and journalists come out and tell you, want your sugar. Yeah, well, hope you have patience. Oh, baby hurricane. baby hurricane. Why the mess? It wasn't necessary. Oh well, I'll get to it in a minute. Oh gosh. There's so many chili pepper toothpicks. Oh well. Anyway. So anyway, yeah, I guess, you can sit there and just wonder about it. And if it makes you shit. And if it's part of it. Till hell freezes over for all I really give a damn. Hell, I have to every day. It's in my heart, soul, and mind every day. In a way that I can't take a goddamn break from. And turning off YouTube doesn't just make it stop and I get to go and without thinking about or wondering. How all these fuck sticks and monsters playing shit and playing with you and how all of it twists together and how it needs to be untwizzled the fuck apart. Possibly in order to find the answers and justice. And you all stop at the same time from this fuck shit and this culture that exists. I don't know. Because it affects real lives, real cases, real communities, real victims, real everything. And there should still exist a world in which victims, survivors, fighters, their families, those around them in law enforcement, real media and shit should be able to speak and give information and have real news conferences and real interviews and shit without places like this existing. Where it inserts and destroys entire innocent lives, witnesses, cases, neighbors, family, you name it. And creates and builds stories to where it can happen and tampers with law enforcement and others and then community so hard in these cases that it affects outcomes. And denies justice and advocacy and true voices for many. So I don't know, buddy. Maybe you should get back to retiring and wondering why you're even fucking here. Since you have the luxury as a nobody to actually tune the fuck out and turn it off. Stop whatever this fuck shit is. Go retire. Take a vacay. Since he's getting to you, so be it. Try that.
I'm about done with this. I don't get on here to listen because there is no new information. I listen.
She doesn't get on here to listen because there is no new information. Really? Because you grabbed a bit of... Oh dear. No, it's exactly where it is. And what the fuck are you doing here? Hell, they ain't giving news conference or anything else in forever, and when they do, y'all don't concentrate on that. You concentrate on the bullshit anyway. Narrating, cleansing bubbles, getting the fuck shit. It's like you coming back here with all the handy-dandy notebook detective shit, like Mouse's ear. That was also entirely fucking wrong from top to bottom in 2 different ways. You weren't here for summer, finding a fucking clue. You tell me in which, anyway, explain it to me and the world how you think coming here and going and take cutesy little hit Jody Sue pictures like that that only weak women who hide behind fake faces, who lack self-confidence, and whatever the fuck else whatever the fuck else it is, your problem is that shit. Dude, man, like, you really came back with pictures. The wrong building, the wrong place, everything. But nothing really to do with Summer. You didn't run around trying to get answers or times or checking the junkyards, any of that, as you can clearly see today. But you come back after taking a fucking picture of a wrong strip club and the wrong area, decades removed from. That's what you came back with. You tell me and the rest of the world how I helped Summer. How that was detective work for a case. And oh, if you don't think sex workers or trafficking or drugs are involved, then what's your excuse going to be for that? Because normally I'd see an excuse of, oh, she worked in a strip club, therefore she could be involved in trafficking and drugs. She could know people from the way back. Oh, no, but see, you can't use that now, can you? Because here you are, and it's this. Well, no, not traffic, not whatever, and sex stuff doesn't apply or anything. That's right. And didn't you tag Lip Lock or one of them, or was it Smiley? Who'd also? That one went down to Florida terrorizing strippers and then ran away. Somehow to get at me too. It was real funny. I mean, it really was funny. It's fucking hilarious. I've never seen a Karen move so hard in a parking lot in my life. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what your bender is that, much like the other women around here, people. I don't really care. I've never figured out how y'all think it's insulting or it's a deep hit ad or character. Man, you know, most of the girls I knew in all those years worked, they had real degrees and were human and decent, normal fucking people. They were smart as fuck. More than a few of them were multimillionaires. Like, mass property owners. They had businesses, they had degrees. They weren't no drugged
to
out
listen
fucking
because there is no
prostitute
new
whores
information.
like your society want to believe. These were like, fuck it, you know? Women bold enough, no matter how they look, to come out from behind fake shit. No. Like, just to hell with it, bro. You know? It's very empowering. Anyway, but yeah. They're better women than most of you all here as YouTube creators. They definitely have more whole hearts and souls and brains about them. And intelligence. And everything than any of you I've met here. And it does take some bravery to strip everything you are off and be better to the world and just be. I think a lot envy that. Or they look at it one way, they're like, it's disgusting, everyone must be a nasty prostitute or stripper. That is not the case at all. Not even in the least, but it's what you all want to believe as a society. But anyway, I want an explanation. Tell me how in the hell they helped someone while you were here. To go do that and then tag other creators and all that shit. And like it was something new, by the way. It wasn't. But you thought it was new. And you do whatever. And you were so wrong, but you put it out anyway. You were double tops wrong on that. What a joke. But please do tell instead of doing anything real detective-y like. Oh boy. How that helped Summer, her case, or anyone else, and it wasn't to harm others with, or put out narratives, or garbage, or to target them with. Because if your theory isn't trafficking or sex stuff involved, then you can't make that line up, right? I'm over here with your can't be this and it can't be that. And we know your idea of trafficking, by the way. So, see, that's what you chose to do. You chose to come back from here with shit to target people around Summer's life who lived in that road and know her. Your witnesses did see, hear things, years before and on June 15th and going forward, just like we do still hear, see, witness things, or things that help us put things together. And meanwhile, you all have to do fuck shit and insert and stay around and tamper with our real lives and destroy and to try to elicit respect, all this fuck shit in order to get it. So your channels work. You as nobodies who are cowards and can't even go on live with your posts. I come every day looking like shit. And I don't give no fucks about that either. I'll dress up when I want to. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know, buddy. You ever feel about you? Like there ain't nothing real. And you go with the crowd. And never be brave enough to strip it all off. Or down. Or to really call out those around you who you want to be tribe with who are fake as fuck, too. You'd rather have that than a world of reality. So, you keep on being curious, I guess. And I'm gonna keep calling fuck shit out.
I listen for you guys. But if things aren't going to change, if Fred isn't going to open up, or at least admit that he made a mistake, that the time was wrong on the camera, he didn't see Andy.
Oh gosh. You hear it though, right? You guys, if Fred's not willing to open up and admit that he didn't see Andy, then, see earlier threat in the video, your views and subs are gonna keep dropping, and if we don't get more from Fred that's actually truth and not Fred, like we've told Fred to do and trained Fred to do the whole time, then, oh goodness, can't wink nod. You get it yet? See, yeah, you're really up to the Lord's work there. Oh, and it has to be done for Andy. Fred has to say it. So Andy can be clear of it. Although there's evidence out here. Actual evidence and proof. Curiosity. That he couldn't have meant. But it's in a form put out by me. And after what your group's done. And all that shit. Well, nobody wants to put out the proof and evidence given by me, or to say that, to clear Monster, you know why? Because then that would put out as me, and that's not what the team wants, is it? Or to make anyone think that I'm real, or telling the truth, or that any of my receipts are real, and all that. You can't have all that after the years, the Lord's work they've done. Your buddies chasing and Jenny and Adrian on come back with fake scream tests and all the bullshit that everything they did. But they gotta have Andy's bow clean, and Fred needs to come out and confess. And also give y'all more. Strange. It's like a 40-pronged thing, even like a 10, 11-minute video by these people. That's why it takes 6 hours to get
He's seen the camera footage. Laura had already said they passed Andy on the road. There's 12 different stories. If you guys aren't going to listen to the ones that are telling you the truth, then what's the purpose in us being here? Tell me. I'm wasting.
I think I'm more curious about why certain people around Fred try to back up Fred's statements and make the 14th look like the 15th. I'm more curious about that. Why are people around Fred and some family trying to help him in that? Why are certain things about certain locations a lot about more power stuff too? I'm more curious about that. I'm more curious about Fred saying certain shit was present, but then where cameras were made, it suddenly just poofed around those cameras again. That's what I'm more curious about. But you keep on. Your main concern is that's your main concern. Fred needs to say that he didn't see Andy on this never needed to be a thing. Some of us are already putting out the evidence long ago. And it was already there before y'all started this fuck shit with Fred said. And he's seen Andy shit. The evidence and proof was already in front of you that Andy was not on that road. And you all ran with it. And I'd say Fred was, you know what? I'm not going to go over it all again. You all built this bullshit. You all are the ones that built this mass metal bullshit and made it a giant fucking thing. With Fred, you had years of doing it. You knew you were doing it. You knew what the original story and script was going to be around Monster versus Fred Astaire. Fred stayed on that path of trying to make Monster look certain ways, and I have my thoughts on why Fred wanted certain places looked at after he'd been playing with these tragedy pimps in the first few days. And that is a little worrisome. Maybe you should ask that curiosity. And after certain tragedy pimps been tragedy pimping all over the area, and certain critters like Fred in the middle of the night have been moving all across the area since summer vanished, maybe you start being a little bit more curious about what fuck's really going on. And now y'all need it to go another way because it's not where you're going with it, you know? Maybe you should figure it the fuck out real quick, curiosity, because something ain't right. Is it? And it's weird. Your agenda here is to get Andy Clinton from something the group built and made this mass thing where it never needed to be. And there was already evidence out here that Monster was not in that road at that time. But y'all made it a thing for reasons. Now, I don't know, there are a million more things worthwhile to be curious about than threatening about, too. I mean, but Fred's got to come out and say it. And if he doesn't do whatever, then I guess y'all gonna keep cutting down our views. Shit. You need him to go backwards now from the original planned script of the PGs and the Molly Goes and the rest of the people closest to the hill who are writing certain shit on certain people. With this realm and these creators long before many were even public, or acquired, or hunted. And then it was too late to change a whole lot of y'all's bullshit. Now it exists out here. But all of it's meant to fuck up shit, not help it. Yeah. See, I'm not the least bit curious why Fred's laid into that for years, or why it was even said, or how it came to be about. And I'm curious about other things, real things, you know. all things have starting points and origins, though. Like Fred probably was shown something. Had no understanding of why. It wasn't explained why. Thought he seen something, but then he told somebody else, and they thought whatever. Told you creators, and then y'all formulated into that, just like Hunter did the other thing, and then Molly was pitting all the things, and then like a little car spotter that's now wound up in one of Monster's besties. He has no clue what was supposed to be built and whatever around him and everybody else, because of certain people's wanting for that to happen since Summer vanished, which is what I worry about every day. Somebody being built to be Taggart, right? Because that's not justice. I don't think Monsters ever understood the same people that play his buddies and cleansers are the ones that were out to make him think that. Well, they were actually going to make him look guiltier and stand because certain people weren't, so just like Ron Fred. While all eyes would be on them or hitting at one of us or on material pumped up us, while eyes were taken off of those who are actually most likely to be responsible or definitely should have more knowledge than, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, and to go back to the point where this one's mentioning Knoxville, a few other things, a few things in there that correlated back with the other one she was watching to actually watch me. That was mentioning and going with certain things too that seemed really too close to real conversations here. And then certain posts made by others in a whole group who thinks that I'm really buying all of Lip Lock's woo-woo bullshit like she's got a whole group, which she does. But boy, that bitch wasn't even good enough to be kept in a cult or a religion. They shunned her ass right the fuck on out of that motherfucker. I can understand why. And then she tried to be a cousin victim of it, and then she came here and tried to start her own. I think she probably mostly shunned from it. She probably tried to take over job duties as cult leader, honestly. But that bitch ain't nothing. And her whole woo-woo Jody, she believe I'm the one behind everything. And her threats, and obviously she has been trying to, doing what she's doing, but, bro, all I'm gonna tell you is that all of these years, all of y'all done that shit, and like right now, if Lip Plug want me to believe it's all her and the crew and it's which I mean, obviously every day they play roles, and in real life and the shit that happens, but it's that in itself is a level of manipulation. If oh look, y'all ain't that good, I'll tell you, I've not been a dumb bitch from the beginning. Remember, I lived in there. I heard and seen all kinds of pretty shit. Even before I knew what this realm or those inserted in person or anything else were. Right? And sometimes it takes time to get all evidence pieces of this thing. But you forget what kind of ears Kravitz has, and sometimes Kravitz seen and heard all kinds of shit from all the way to tippy top of the hill, otherwise. All the damn time and everywhere else in the area that Kravitz didn't necessarily want to hear about heard or seen, or cameras caught or heard. And that includes after summer missing in insertion groups and teams and people. And those who have y'all get up to the Lord and the dirty work. and sometimes feed you all out. Just enough shit so y'all can pretend woo-woo shit. And try to manipulate fuck those, making us think it's all hacking or watching or stalking or embedded in, what blah, 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 blah. Now, granted, we have some extremes occurring right now, so whatever, but even I know it's much simpler than that. And it's things built around certain things, directing a whole lot of you on and giving you just enough pebbles and drops to go with to fuck with us and to keep us off kilter and off of looking and searching for answers and shit. Well, maybe some around this continue to try to get them from all of us, or at least those who might hold them, because they, even after all their insertions and certain shit, they don't like the Tims or the BKs or Cams or anything, you know. But it's to drive, propel, manipulate, keep us distracted. I get it. And I get who's behind it, and I have since even before moving on that road. Because I'm not a dumb bitch. Alright? And once the pieces started coming together here, boy, you know, it's hunting things down to origin points. I've also noted throughout all these years when points of contact or methods of contact or ways of communicating with others has changed or altered once other contacts are made or had. I also paid attention to some of the words of Lawson along the way as well, and others, and combined all of that with things I knew and my gut felt and things like that before ever leaving there. Doesn't take a super genius. It gets real tiresome on the daily. But I've spent years watching 2 plus 2 add up over and over and over and over and over again. And keeping tabs and evidence on it. And I buy certain people's weird shit around certain events. And certain things. And repeat patterns as much as I buy. Any of your all's repeat patterns and behaviors and oopsies and pretend obliviousness and ignorance and separations and changed arcs and la 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 la's and sounds of instant. I just, yeah. Tones. I'm very tone sensitive. I don't know what to tell you. I don't like any of the fuck shit that I've witnessed, seen, and heard taking place since summer vanished and I became aware at 6:09 plus. I mean, maybe a couple minutes before that, because I could hear him calling for, but, you know, definitely 6:09 after. Anyway, yeah. Which is not new news. Said it 1,000 other fucking lives too. Whew, don't run with it. Oh my God, Jody said, oh, because you already have pieces out there going, what? Jody said, new summer is gone before you even Candace. No, y'all just do whatever you, okay, but I just can't. Anyway, oh, new piece. I'm gonna add in a new piece for you. Hold on. Okay, so a real piece, right? A new one. Because in all the years, I've yet to see anybody quite catch on. Alright, now, here's how tragedy pimping works, right? I had this tattoo, very visible, right? Y'all remember the tattoo. Goes all the way up my arm, okay? In the beginning, most of the time. Tragedy pimp world went, oh my God, this whore had her nails done, her hair done, that tattoo she bought it off whatever the summer. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. Super geniuses lied, narrated, twisted. You could clearly see his tattoo on my arm prior to celebration. It was being done in stages, though, right? And then other parts filled in as we went back, because I had to have it done in stages because of my cancer, the treatments, all these things, right? And to make sure the tattoo turned out okay. It wasn't I was done it one time because it was such fine detail and flair. Anyway, so it was done in stages. And I'd already paid for it eons before, months and months before Summer vanished. I've actually got dates on it because I paid for Monsters, It Tattoo, and others as well. So, thing is, right? I had to go back in an emergency stat. And by the way, here was the true detective tragedy pimps. They went and found the tattoo artist. At least I think they did. The guy. They made a whole thing about that. That somehow helped them. Made no sense to me, but I swear to God they went and did it. And then whatever that guy's past and history in life was brought up. Man, we weren't buddies. The motherfuckers paid to do my tattoo. That was it. Anyway, because that guy was going to jail, whatever the fuck it was, I had to go in for emergency session and just sort of do one of the other pieces. And before he went, for who knew how long, right? It said it'd be a couple months, or whatever. He's at least going to finish the majority. He's still not gotten back to there yet, but I'm not feel like whatever the fuck. So anyway, yep. Somehow all that tragedy pimp content really helped out Summer's case, right? But they went on with the narratives of like I pink nails at first. Those have been done for weeks. And nothing to do with Summer otherwise. Until that. And when I come here, and they went on about the hair, and they went on about my cups, and just anything that could tear me down. They went on about the tattoo and the bullshit. None of them were, and see, I had to go in for the session because he was going. He called me like, hey, or the studio did it. And they were like, hey, you got to come in here before. Do you want to wait till? I was like, no, we're coming in now. And I just had a little bit of radiation done and knew that was not going to be good and didn't really need to have it worked on with that, but had no choice. All these things. So it felt very much like hell on the 15th. This was fresh, fucked with from top to bottom because things had been added and done to it all with it. Nobody ever won. While Squall put out the narrative of washing feet and dogs stopped and hit on Jody Sue's whatever in the line, they went on with the hoaxy bullshit and the fuck shit, purse, wallet, and Dawn and Candace trying to be like, oh, she was down there at the tower. I think Candace actually said I was on a corner at one time. I don't know. But, no, it's weird. They're trying to make it look like I was somewhere near the doctor, all that shit. Where anybody but them, despite another witness being present to say I was a witness only and, whatever. This is what the world's running. It's bullshit. With a whole bunch of lying-ass monsters from that motherfucker going, look here, look there, look anywhere but, no, it's a bird, it's a plane, right? And this realm making you forget they're literally witnesses with some of us who are witnesses to say we are nothing but witnesses. And that, others searching with us and all this other shit. We weren't coming or going before. But they want to make you forget that. It's like they attribute the scream to just Jody Sue heard. Instead, there was 3, maybe more that heard. Yeah. No, they want to make it like. Here's what I never heard about the tattoo. While they've tried to make I and others look sus as shit, do you know what would happen had I been up to any shenanigans or taken off with a child on the 15th to this fucking tattoo I lived on? I would have been fucked up, bro. Fucked up. I mean, bleeding, scabs off, whole 9. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it would have. And it wasn't. And there's proof and evidence that Ellie knows it when they showed up. Because I was wearing a tank top. Also, pictures of me prove that. And videos throughout the day, evening, and night. See how it works? Get it yet? Yeah. But doesn't fit y'all's narrative. If I'd been out getting up to any hardcore shenanigans or doing anything, it would have fucked that up 3 ways from Sunday, top to bottom. Oh, yeah. It would have. And there's just something. And that I know Ellie and this realm and otherwise hold these pictures and videos throughout the day. Show her shit was scabbed, wasn't all fucked up. Bleeding, shit ripped off, nothing like that. You see how it works? On top of the reams and reams of data that show we were exactly where we were supposed to be that day, and witnesses witnessing us just being witnesses. Y'all suck as detectives around here. Y'all suck, period. The thing is, a great deal, many of these creators know better. Just as all of y'all know better, and it does not keep you from doing this to any of us in or around this. And people who aren't even connected in any way, somewhere that wrote nothing. Y'all know what you're doing with intent and the destruction you're causing to make the content to do whatever. And it's not about being a detective to find out the real answers or to find real justice. And if it is, y'all are doing a piss poor job. You know? I know there are some around here that are, they do indeed care and they are whatever, but they're mostly the woo-woo types. They're a little out there or a little stupid and shouldn't be detecting anything. And therefore, it's a whole bunch of fuck shit. Because they go around and listen to those like PG and these channels and they think these people are intelligent and doing all the work. And they're not. Right? Some people are just lonely or see it as a hobby and they get wound up in these groups. I get all that. But they ain't no, it's just fucked, man. I don't know. But they've always known things like this, right? It has not kept them from doing this shit to anybody in Summer's case, community. Anyway, just like it's not stopped them in other cases from falsely making others look certain ways. Babysitters, nuns, Jeremys, this, that, and the other, neighbors, fry guys. Pick any of the cases, you'll see the same thing over and over again. You know? And they're doing it with intention and on purpose. Because they're smart in the way that criminals, con artists, liars, thieves, addicts, etc. are smart. Just like the monsters, they weave, bob. No different than those from Hill while they tell you they are. And I rarely listen to Brooks' fantastic criminal ass, who is often a lowly forgotten giant player in the fucker around Summers case, but definitely one of the main fucker-uppers and tamperers with that whole ass alcoholic, cultivated voice, ugly like shit ever stick on the fucking way down an ugly tree, have an ass, criminal and her husband or brother or whoever the fuck that is, needs to shut the whole fuck up and stop her fuck shit too. Girl, get a hobby besides Summer Mondays or whatever the fuck it is you have over there. You know? Seriously. And that she went back at bullshit again the other day. Oh dear. This week or two or this month has a fill on it. It has since the end of September. I wonder why. Granted, it's a cyclical thing every year, and leading up to holidays, there's that. There's also other components in there, am I wrong? Other things. Distractions need to be had. Full insertion, full, I don't know, trying to put people into histrionics, trying to get them killed again. All the things are here right now. Happening on the real ground because you're dear, sweet creators and you fucksticks out there. You know, the hive and whatever built around. Anyway, we're gonna listen to Chasing one more time. And Ziggy and Fred in the same way that for some reason Curiosity was already doing. And all the weird shit the past few days, and conversations I imagine, and the go fishy type of thing, and oh boy, the flavor runs certain with their veins and bullshit.
Trev Time asked, I never had the chance to directly ask this, but can Fred address the rumor of the dogs coming to his property and there being a hit? Did they bring the dogs over at all, or what is the deal with that?
What, when they was,
That hit. What can you explain that the hit?
that was not the, I think maybe that was the 16th when of the evening of the 16th.
It was the 16th,
Yes.
and
But what their theory was, the law enforcement, they figured it was scent that where Don had been there, come off where they had come up a holler, because he had scent all the way up a holler and stuff, but he got stronger about the time the road got rougher, and they figured it was where the vibration off the vehicle was causing the scent to get more, where the road got rougher.
so where was it though where was the scent, like where was it they were hitting? It was like, what was it, at the bottom of the driveway?
No, he come all the way up my driveway, and he didn't go toward the camper, he went on there's a little flat, like on past the camper.
Oh, so it went in the wood, kind of off to the right in the woods.
Yeah, he just went straight up there to that little flat.
Huh.
And so I had a 2006 Explorer sitting up there, and they just stopped it. That's what people said, that, oh, the dog cheated on that vehicle and stuff. No, I said it stopped at that vehicle. That's where they stopped, because that's where I had a vehicle parked at, and it was this little flat, and they assumed that maybe somebody had walked up there.
But what about the scent at the bottom of it? Is that what people are saying about the scent at the bottom of the truck or whatever? Is that what they mean?
Yeah, that's what they was getting at. When I said it went up to a vehicle that was parked at the top, I never said whether a truck or a car or what.
And while Chasen's got her expert AI overview about scents, can we just put a note here for things to be curious about? Isn't it curious that Don built a dog trail scenario when his favorite bad guy to hate, and he was pumping out military need to kick indoors, big bad hillbilly junkie, scripting and PG writing and all the things and all that bullshit, and he's blaming Fred from day one. But for some reason, even though scents are said to be going towards the back and Fred's is here, Don doesn't take the opportunity to be like, see, that motherfucker's sus and guilty of sins and everything else leading up there. And the motherfucker clearly would have known our daughter and been able to take off with her without having to sneak up a fucking dog trail. No. Military's kicking his door, but no, the dog trail. And then Summer went out there on the vehicle. Don didn't take advantage of the scents back there in the back of the holler at any point. But boy, wasn't Don hot on those dogs at one point. And that's no pun for when he got up with PG and Justin for all making fun of hot dogs that could have potentially been Summer's last meal on the hill or ever. Because that's really what the dad of a missing child does. It's fun. Our prayer gardens. This is Summer's channel that Curiosity and him hang out with. Anyway, ain't that real curious? Don't you think? Hell, it'd been perfect time for him to finish formulating the whole Fred did it, big bad hillbilly junkie, PG wrote script shit. Instead, he goes to the dog trail and Summer's going. Best part is, first night in the roadway, guess where he's going? Well, he's going to Fred's, because he has questions. Fred, traffic, la la, right? And the scents, according to Fred, were there even before, shit. I guess he arrived and dogs had already been there and I don't know. But either way, strange, isn't it? Even as Dawn was heading up there the first night, he's like, nah, man, she's long gone from here. She's dead. The same overtone, right? As Fred has. No, she's gone since Saturday. No, she's dead since day before. No, they've killed her. She drowned at the pond. No, blah, 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 blah. Or, hey, there was this little girl. She was taken from the mountains from meth head people, and she looked just like Summer and meth cooks, and right? been the perfect opportunity for Dawn to be like, hey, them sense again. No! Out the road, you know. Why, you wonder? Why? You know? Why? I'm sorry, could have prevented this life. Condom or abortion could have prevented you too, but it's where we're at. Anyway. So, anybody find that curious? Wouldn't that have been evidence to Dawn, who was like, the dog scented down the dog trail? But he never mentions the scents in the back. I wonder why that is. Dawn's the next sense, dog trail, road, out. But it's perfect bad guy to hate. And that they built a narrative around this big bad hillbilly junkie and shit. And he thinks Fred's so sus he goes up there at night. But it's alright, nah, she's made my way. No, she's dead, blah, blah. He never goes, oh, but the scent dogs did catch scent too up there. And Fred and other. Y'all. No? Oh, that's right. Y'all are more worried about who's got their nails done or what cup they're drinking out of or whatever woo-woo bullshit it is this week. Or, yeah. Y'all more worried about the narratives and the content and the destruction and the real life insertion and the goofy fucking bullshit garbage, right? To be curious about anything that you maybe should be curious about. These are the questions that keep me up at night. Even logged off. Shit. I'm like y'all who get on here and make 10-minute videos. Oh, you're dead. You need a break. And then you come here in person, and the only thing you think you can do to help Summer is go take a picture of the wrong strip club, decades removed, and the wrong one entirely. Yeah, it must really keep you awake at night where you need a break. Yeah. And holy shit, the money symbol, you know? Ziggy and Fred are jokes, but think about it. Are the content creators hitting at them, or the other content creators any different? They make their livings, their hobby money, their summer cars, all the other bullshit, the cryptos, literally you have them saying hundreds of thousands in just a couple days' time that they see in the public. But even before present, you're talking millions and millions were made and known to be made and proven to be made by this group online on Summer's name. And then I could only imagine in the years since then. And that will include all of our names, not just Summer's. That's what your content creators are really after, are the names, the hashtag. So to say that Ziggy and Fred are the only jokes, and then to watch and turn around these creators with anybody's name in or around any of these cases, and not say they aren't doing the same. And while they'll always tell you that anybody who has the GoFundMes or Cash Apps or anything else who are really situations are bad guys, shouldn't make, but yet they make millions on everybody's names, including the victims, survivors, blah blah blah, fighters, cops, families, communities, the destruction, the insertion of, to create the content, to deny justice, to destroy things, to keep it going longer in order to do that. Well, say they're not all fucking jokes and this realm itself isn't. You can't deny that. And I guess you mean tragic joke. But say that any of the creators are indifferent and probably worse. I mean, they're using Fred, Monster, the rest to make their millions with. How much you think they've made off of Fred's lies? They know were lies. And wanted him to say and wanted him to do. He's been hella good content for them to pump out, put out. And he's made them millions and millions of dollars. I guarantee that. How many of those millions do you think Fred's seen? Nowhere near that. Now, where he's with Ziggy, he's definitely probably seen more money than anyone else around. Well, I don't know, Monster, and they made quite a bit, but either way, you know, what these creators and others have made off of all of us, while hammering on any of us for making a dime, period, of our own names and everything else, and our own real statements, and this and there, no matter if they're full of bullshit or not. No, man. You're talking, no, for the most part, it's all narrative shit, right? They try to give you this idea that all of us are making goddamn fortunes or whatever, well, they do. And they use all of our names, including Summers, to do it. It's like Ziggy literally monetized her channel. Not on Summer. Or that fake DCS shit she put out first. Ziggy monetized her channel on my domestic violence, my name, and my cancer. In words so succinct and short and sweet, it cannot be denied. Ziggy owes me a lot of pennies if I ever take her to court. And that her admittance that I didn't want her running cash apps or monetized winner if she was using any of my content from the very beginning, just like I asked all creators. They were fully aware, and that was asked them, and they all knew it. And, yeah, I did it anyway. But they do indeed make bazillions off of. Well, they make you think it's everybody else around these things or any of us. Bitch, I eventually, because at first we were taking aim or refusing everything, knew it'd always be, and it always is, generally speaking, some form of fucker around us. When people give to us or anything else, it's always some tragedy pimp. Now, generally, okay, like, you have that Fed shit, you have other shit, you have bigger movements throughout, you have different shit. It's like Ziggy and her shit tried to do some setup shit, fuckery, hurricane victims, and otherwise plus my ass a couple weeks ago. Ziggy knows no bounds, okay? Fuck that bitch entirely. And her critters. But you have that, right? They're always trying to set motherfuckers up money running while they make millions off of it. And they do love trying to set all of us up with shit like that. Or to get us entwined or to make us look certain ways. So, hell, even if given anything, it's always like, man, what kind of setup is it gonna be? What kind of fuck shit they gonna get up to? You know they're gonna do it. And they always do, generally. You know, at least from certain camps and folks, you can figure it, you know what I mean? And then there are genuine people that every now and then do give and care and whatever, you know? But yeah, it drops to nothing. I mean, these people. Mm-mm. You gotta think at certain points, They're not his fears, man. They literally just made their streams about Monster and I, or I and my kids, and our names in it, and it was to shit on me as a DV and cancer survivor, and to torment and to terrorize and do whatever with all that shit. And my name or Monsters in the titles of my kids had nothing to do with Summer at all, and they made millions off of it. So, you know, and they've done that to other community members and others around. They've done it in other cases. You know? Hell, there's been more content put out here by everyone else, and a great deal many not even sus in the least, than there's been made about those last known to be with Summer. Or would hold the most knowledge. I swear to it. If somebody went back and all these chicken shit creators actually had all their content open or still available, you'd see that most of the damn lives and videos and everything else they pumped out weren't even about Summer. Or Candace and Dawn or Grandis or any of the rest. It's always been a concerted effort to keep eyes on this, that, the other. Because that's what pays. The destruction of innocence in others around cases. While that also helps destroy the cases on purpose and do this here to elongate them. So, you know, Anyway, so we're gonna carry on here. With Chasing's threat vid that sounds much like same tonnage of Curiosity, who was playing with Chasing, Jenny, Adrian, and Six Ups and has been for the whole time. It feels some type of way around here, folks, but I can tell you someone on the ground, there's some other shit up with this. Where it's coming from, leaks, tells in it. I'm so fed up at this point here, fam. I don't know how long I'm supposed to be like, fuck your tongue. About origin point and sources, and it's getting real frustrating these days. It's scary if you've watched me for 5 or 6 years from Facebook to here. It means you're watching me years prior to Summer vanishing. And my first thought has to be, Amanda Athey, is that you fucking stalking, lying, fake lawsuit filing for the tragedy pimps and your cousin and the dope connection and everything, having ass bitch. Please don't be, holy shit. Please don't be chicken on a stick. Please don't be a fucking long-term stalker. Please don't. You know I had to be like, wait a minute, what do you mean 5, 6 years? You know I have to be, holy shit. You know that's how I work. I just need I need you to deny that you're atheist. Do we know each other locally? Why have you been watching me 5, 6 years? I need to know. Please don't make me curious about that. Don't make me. My storyline. It's weird because, bro, my Facebook was closed to the public. Alright, holy shit with the money symbol, whatever you say. Hey, speaking of, where did Follow the Money go? Has anybody seen Follow the Money? I'm not seeing that. Ah, well. Alright. So the rest of this horse shit from chasing. Chasing Caroline.
And that was the 16th?
God!
The evening of the 16th. I had before dark.
That's weird because Don was there, had been there
He'd been there numerous times. From the 15th to the end.
really? He had been there more than, he was
He
like,
was there before dark on the damn 15th and talked to him.
yeah, I know, that's weird. Yeah, so yeah, Fred's never denied that happening, or that the dog scent, or her scent, it traveled down the whole road, or I don't know.
Yeah.
And Fred's like, yeah. Fred just said, yeah, her scent traveled down the whole road to him. All this other shit. So why is Dawn like dog trail and out there? What? Whatever. Dawn's trying to go out, and Fred's trying to bring everybody into the back. Strange thing.
I do
See,
know.
they got sent that went onto Richard Gully's property too, driveway, but he just went so far up his driveway and then back, you know. He just hit so far up his driveway, but not as far as where his cameras was.
So,
And they hit even.
Tell us again, curiosity. Oh, I'm the one talking about cameras. This dude just gave out smell. And it's weird once again. He's worried about them damn cameras, and for some reason he's saying it didn't turn out right for him. That's. Let's not be curious.
Other places in Holler, but that could have been where certain ones had been around, you know, looking for some or something, go around or something.
so Don B says about dog.
Okay, somebody needs to fess up immediately. Who hyped her up? Who fed her this? We know how she loves to run with things, but this time she says she has backup. NDA.
No. So my niece Fizz, we all know how you love making it look like other people are crazy if they just come out of their heads with something suddenly. Whatever, and how you try to make them a joke and and it turns out. We know you love that.
Shopping around to Netflix, Andy being the kind, wonderful neighbor and a star of a documentary. Meanwhile, the tracking dogs tracked up your husband's hill. I don't know. So receipts or it didn't happen. Okay? Or maybe you just needed more content. I don't know. But either way, we can clip and play you and prove that you've done so much damage overall in this case compared to anybody else, you won't like the outcome. So shut up.
We can prove. And blah blah blah. So shut up. Damn, Chasing, why did you say we as in a well organized group working together on men for years in many, many cases? And then levy out a threat at someone. And whether you like it or not, that's a Fred. That's a Fred. He's different than you. Dear. Especially when y'all been getting him up to half this fuck shit. Since even before anybody realized it, and y'all were fucking inserted asshole deep. And him and Laura and Candace Dawn were inserted asshole deep with you all too. And you shut the fuck up, Tracy. You shut the fuck up. Anyway, guys. I am, I'm off here for the day. God, there's a whole lot of things. A lot of darkness, fuckery, screwball shit, fighting behind the scenes, shit on the ground, fucking manipulation, distraction, dangerous shit afoot, shit connected, all the things. Same shit, different day. And, what you're viewing right now by all these creators is not quite what it seems. Much like usual for the past few years. So anyway, I'm off here. I'm gonna do my thing for the day. And it looks like it's a little sunny. I go enjoy the sunshine for a bit. Seems like a good day to do that. Woke up, thought I was dying. You missed. I'm gonna hang out in the sunshine for a bit. May go put on like 4 more hoodies and some more sweats. Just go lay somewhere in the sunshine and lizard about it. Anyway, guys, you have a good morning, good evening, and or good night wherever y'all are in the world. Full on Carmen, San Diego, around here, right? Enjoy the speck, the vast cosmos, sunshine, storms, whatever you're having. Yeah. Find your critter, find your favorite snack, do your thing while you're going about your days or nights or evenings. Kick out the little pebbles, the sparks. Be a voice where you can. They change lives around you and the world around you. No matter how small, they do. Alright? They save lives, they help others, they travel the world. They mean the world to some. And, what do you think, so or not? Even something as small as a smile, a stranger having a grayish type of day can save their life or save someone around the world's life as that smile travels. You never know where it can land, you know, and who it can help along its path of butterfly effects and things like that. Ripples, tsunamis. Anyway, y'all enjoy, cause like, YOLO, my dudes. Alright? And as always, please do share out the DV/universal hand signal for help. Canada does save lives across the board, not just trafficking or those being kidnapped, abducted, etc. Out in public, but health emergencies at home, alone, people with speech disabilities, stroke victims, elderly, young, old, those in the middle of crime scenes like Idaho 4 hiding in closets, can't make a call. You could signal, though, over an electronic device to someone. Right? Just like in the hollows and trapped in DV. Maybe eventually it will save or leave paperwork behind for many. And the more it's shared, the more it's learned, the more it's able to be recognized, the more lives it saves. Alright? So, keep that in mind. And as always, please do continue to share Summer's picture, information, and color by name. And y'all know what I mean by information. I do not mean social media. I don't mean Facebook, TikTok, whatever the hell else there is. YouTube. I don't mean talking head news, faux entertainment fucking stations. I don't mean motherfuckers fist bumping those like bullhorn outside the Idaho Ford. Those aren't real journalists. Give a fuck how anybody feels about it. Alright, and they got too much tragedy paint on them. And, all that. I mean, stick with LE, surrounding local police agencies, state police, TBI, FBI, and those in all cases, not just Summers, but do remember real journalists, real investigative journalists, those like Ainsley and Bobo and others, and real news sources, Kingsport Times News, Johnson City Press, Rogers Review, even Hawkins News over here on YouTube, and so many other WJHL, WCYB. Alright, and if you choose to share Summer's like flyer type info with her basics, her weight, height, hair color, her picture on it, and you want to include an info link at the top of the share, please, every little bit, change out that link to real information sources, because it matters in the way that the right piece at the right time can be heard or seen by the right eyes or ears, and they can finally have the aha, or they can be like, oh my god, one day just something comes together for them, because trust me, that does happen. Even, you know, I mean, it happens to me, and I'm like, holy shit, basic bitch thought, or I'm read or see or hear something from the very beginning, I'm like, oh my god, and it connects to something, like, ah, shit, you know? Or you hear something again, and you're like, oh, I didn't catch on to that first, you know? So, I know that it happens for others, and, man, somebody in and around the community is most likely to hold the key, though anybody in the world could. But it helps if y'all share the information and change it out every now and then from real sources, okay? And that's the most tangible way to help Summer, and to help, I know, wildly enough, but it can also out and help capture the person or persons responsible for her vanishing seemingly into thin air on the 15th, because guess what, she didn't just vanish. Nobody just vanishes. I mean, they do, but they don't. Not without something in between, right? But that's how you help find her. That's how you help find justice. Keep that in mind with all the other cases these tragedy pimps are involved in across Tennessee, too. Sebastian's, Layla's, and Holland's. And any other case you ever see any of this tragedy pimp bullshit playing out around, in, with, destroying, inserting. It's the most tangible way you can help any survivor, fighter, victim. Share the information, share real information with them. Help keep each other in chat fully aware of the real information coming from real sources, so the creators have to work just a wee bit harder on staying within certain bounds and lines and can't get up to as much shit at the very least. That's how you help. Okay? Alright, guys. Have a good morning, good evening, and good night. Enjoy this pack. Alright. Live long and prosper. Peace.